Hi, everybody. Ezra Levant here. I am outside the CBC Maison. That's what they call CBC House here in Montreal. It is the venue for the government-run leaders debate in this election. And would you look at this? I actually have an accreditation, and so do my compadres, as well as our team, Lincoln and Guillaume behind the cameras. We also have a team working at our world headquarters in Toronto. This piece of plastic cost us about $12,000 because that's how much we had to spend to fight the government to allow us to become accredited and to ask questions. They let us come in, but they said, oh, all of you have to sit silent. Only one rebel is allowed to talk. That's not how it is for other media. So we lawyered up, started suing them, and they said, fine, please don't sue us again. You might recall we sued them and beat them in federal court in 2021 and 2019. Anyhow, I just wanted to tell you we are on the ground, and would you look at that gorgeousness? The Rebel News truck is here, as well as our truck driver. We've got a whole battalion here, and it's thanks to you, our Rebel News supporters. Unlike the CBC, whose maison will be in today, we don't get a dime of government money, and it shows. Let's have a quick hello from the various rebels who came in from all across Canada. Let's start with my buddy David Menzies. He's sort of our Ontario representative here today. David, great to see you.
Ezra, it's great to be here. You know, it is fantastic. We are allowed in. As you said, we went to federal court twice, 2019, 2021, and then we were given the opportunity to bring 16 journalists. But as you said in your monologue yesterday, we didn't read the fine print quite that well, did we? Thank goodness for Chad Williamson, our crackerjack lawyer, because while 16 could come to Montreal, only one could ask questions. It was ludicrous, but Chad got them to bend the knee, and who knows if there'll be other shenanigans. The day is young.
You're right, and I'm in touch with Chad. He's not here with us, but he's attentive, and we're messaging back and forth. They may yet try some tricks. By the way, obviously, other media are allowed multiple questions. The CBCR, Post Media, and I don't begrudge them that. It's just that the tricksters at the Government Commission tried to say, oh, you guys only get one. Hey, Sheila, great to see you here. Thanks for making the journey from Alberta.
Hey, no problem. I'm glad to be here. Last time that we covered the debates, I had to take my question live on air because they only allowed it was during COVID. And so they only allowed a certain amount of journalists to be in the room. But it's my hope that since we're here and since we jumped through all the legal hoops to be here, that I can ask some questions that Westerners care about. I know that CBC Radio Canada, many of the journalists from Post Media, they're going to be asking stuff that only they care about. I'm here to ask the questions that our Rebel supporters and everyday normal people at home care about.
That's great. And thank you for making the journey. Well, the lady who came the furthest today, Drea Humphrey, what a pleasure. This is your first time in Montreal. Bienvenue and welcome. Thank you for making the long journey. And your family, of course, misses you. Thank you for letting us take you away from them to do this important work. You'll be here tonight and tomorrow night. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm excited to be here in Montreal, but most importantly, that our team of 5 is here to ask the questions that you want us to ask. We fill in the gap to bring you the other side of the story. That's why they're always trying so hard to keep us out, but not 1, not 2, not 3, 5 rebels are here today. So we're going to do our best to make you guys proud and get those answers for you.
Well, thank you very much for making the trek. Now, Alexa Lavoie, this is your hometown. So thank you for being such a great representative of Rebel News. Over the last few years, you have built up a strong following in Quebec. It is very hard to be a rebel in Quebec. There's not a lot of allies in the establishment, other media, police, things like that. I just want to say thanks to you for showing such courage. Even in the last week, you've been physically threatened. So thank you. And I'm thrilled that you're here to ask questions in English and en français.
But welcome to my hood, the most dangerous place to live so far, with like so much radical activists over here. I'm just scared for our truck, but we have security. So if you want to chip in for our security, you can too, for keep us safe. As you know, like me and David Menzies, it's just ridiculous what is happening to us. It's just being all the time assaulted. I think they really hate us, but we are here. We are accredited. We have 2 days in front of us to ask the question that you want to hear. That's important.
Well, hello, everyone joining us here on our nightly live stream, where we are going to be discussing and following the federal leadership debates happening tonight in Montreal. This is the French version, so the viewership's a little bit lower than traditionally you see in the English version, but nonetheless, we are here. And of course, it's been bumped 2 hours prior to the original start time, which it was supposed to start at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now it's starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. And we have a team of 5 Rebel journalists joined with 2 videographers, so 7 people total on the ground in Montreal. I'm your host here at the Toronto HQ, Tamara Ugolini, and I'm joined by our friend and regular live stream contributor, Lise, out in Saskatchewan. Lise, how are you doing? And well, actually, maybe we'll just hold that thought for a moment, because I see that we have Rebel Commander Ezra Levant on the ground in Montreal with some live updates ahead of the debate scheduled to begin in about half an hour. Hey, Ezra, how are you doing there in Montreal?
I'm doing great. Thanks, you guys, for holding the fort while we're out here. We fought tooth and nail for the right to come out here. I don't know if you know the story, but the government took control of election debates under Justin Trudeau. It's an outrageous government expansion, and they did that to keep out critics like Rebel News. So we had to lawyer up to fight for our right to be here. We have 5 reporters inside, 2 cameramen, and don't forget the truck driver. We've got our amazing Rebel News truck, which has been going around, and it arrived around the corner at the exact same time that Mark Carney's Liberal bus did. So that truck's doing great. The debate starts in about 26 minutes. And you're right, it's going to be en français. But of course, there will be live, simultaneously translation. So for those of you who speak English like me, you won't miss a thing. And the big part, this is why we fought so hard to be here. After it's over, there will be a scrum. Each of the party leaders comes to the room and is asked questions, and we are going to be there. Now, other regime journalists are going to try and elbow to move us over. I know it. I can hear it. They're chattering. They didn't want Rebel News inside, but we're here, baby. And we're going to ask questions of every party leader, questions that I don't think you're going to see any other journalist, especially other regime journalists, ask.
Now, Ezra, we were a little bit concerned that the sound wouldn't do well with the wind there in Montreal, but you're coming through great. Can you give us a little bit of what it looks like on the ground there? I see that there's some protesters. How is their response to the truck?
Well, I mean, the protesters, there's different kind of protesters. Like each of the different parties have their partisans. And then, of course, there's the pro-Hamas mob. Now, we drove the truck behind them, so some of them didn't really even notice us because they were focused inside. And remember, a lot of the people in Montreal who protest are professional protesters. They really don't know what they're protesting. They're Antifa one day, they're anti-American another day, they're pro-Hamas the third. There's a lot of rent-a-mob, Antifa-funded opposition here. So my guess is that they weren't as familiar with the truck because it's better known in Toronto. But the truck was great, and I'm so glad that it's here. Inside, though, there are a large number of reporters, including independent reporters. Let me tell you a little anecdote. I was talking to a couple of our friends from True North, and one of them said a very nice thing. He said, thanks to Rebel News for fighting in the courts to allow independent journalists inside. Because we were there in court actually with True North in 2019. Then we were in court by ourselves in 2021. And we were fighting by ourselves this year, fighting for our own Rebel News access to this place. Like I say, the government tried to keep us out. But by doing so, we paved the way for other citizen journalists. So it's sort of fun. You have about, I'm going to guess, 150 regime journalists, government journalists, subsidized journalists, Mark Carney journalists. But you also have True North. You have Counter Signal. You have The Hub. You have, I'm not going to try and name them all because I'll forget some of them. But for the first time in memory, there's actually a bit of a club of outsiders, and the only way they got in is because we brought the lawyers. So I want to say thanks to all our viewers who chipped in to let us bust down to the doors.
Yeah, there's Rebel paving the way to freedom of the press, as has been our mandate ever since you started the company, Ezra, 10 years ago, if memory serves me correctly. So ahead of the debates, are Rebels inside right now? And has there been any sneaky business so far?
Not so far. I mean, everyone's just waiting. I'm outside. It's very cold and sleet, and there was some snow earlier. It's sort of funny. The bathrooms are outside here. They brought porta potties for the journalists. That's about where you want to treat journalists on the pecking order. So I'm pleased with that. There are free snacks, I'm happy to report, but we've just been killing time. I mean, we've been here for hours. We talked with the truck. The truck's gone around, but now really it starts in about 22 minutes. We will be watching the debate along with you, and then the action comes when the scrums come. And we'll do it all over again tomorrow with the English language debate. So I'm glad to be here. It's a delight to be with Drea Humphrey from BC, Sheila Gunn-Reid from Alberta, David Menzies from Ontario, Alexa Lavoie, the hometown favorite from here in Montreal, and I'm from wherever I am on that given day. So we are representing a national force. And once again, I say thank you to the viewers. And by the way, if you want to read the story, it's sort of a crazy story of how they tried to keep us out. We published our back and forth with the Debates Commission, 9 letters back and forth. We had to sue them for them to back down. You can see all those letters at leadersdebate.ca.
That's right. Well, thanks so much, Ezra. Good luck in there. Let us know, I suppose, if you can sneak out at any point or give us another update as things continue. We'll be live here until we need not to be. And for anybody who, like Ezra said, wants to watch that report on how exactly we secured entry into the debate, go to leadersdebate.ca and, of course, consider chipping in to help support that legal effort, which, as you heard Ezra mention, is paving the way for other journalists to also be able to exercise their freedom of the press. So thanks so much, Ezra, and hopefully we can hear from you again before the night is done.
Thanks, Tamara, and thanks, Lise. Thanks for taking the time tonight. And thanks to our viewers, as always.
All right. There you have it. Ezra Levant, Rebel Commander, on the ground in Montreal, Quebec, ahead of the French leadership debate that is scheduled to begin in about 20 minutes, pending any technical difficulties on their end. Luckily, we have not had any yet. So, Lise, sorry, I rushed to introduce you and the stream and what we're doing here. I know we kind of mentioned it yesterday when we were doing our regular Rebel Roundup live stream in the afternoon. But for anybody who's just tuning in, we're streaming on a few different platforms. We are on Rumble, YouTube, and we're also streaming on X. And if you'd like to support our work, support our coverage, give us some encouragement, maybe get your comment read on air, you can do so by chipping in a little monetary donation, a super chat or a Rumble rant, depending on which platform you'd like to watch us on. YouTube seems to be a little bit more fruitful with our recent remonetization efforts. So thank you to all of the team that made that possible. Get us a little bit more dough to keep these lights on and this studio looking fresh. And we, of course, have time to kill here 20 minutes ahead of the debate. So we'll do some precursor information ahead of the debates. And if you want to send us a comment that we can read on air, we welcome you to do that. But how are you doing, Lise? And thank you so much for joining for this live stream.
Well, I couldn't be better, Tamara Ugolini. I mean, it is just such a delight to be here. As we know, Canadians, fellow Canadians, this is a really pivotal moment in Canada's history. This election coming up is going to really set the path of Canada, whether we continue on with this highly destructive government that we've been suffering under for the last 10 years, further encroachments onto our human rights and freedoms, or whether we go sort of the direction that the United States and other countries have gone in the way that in the direction of I guess freedom and personal autonomy. So I'm just delighted to be here tonight to cover the French debate, although it will, like Ezra said, said, be translated into English for us, because what they have to say in French is often very, very different from what they have to say to us in English. So it is just such an honor for me to be here tonight with you, Tamara. I can't even tell you. I'm just so excited to talk all about it and to watch what they have to say.
Well, one thing, absolutely, what they say in French is always a little bit different or skewed than their English, what they're saying in English. But also tonight, I want to point out that the topic of debate, one hot topic button item, is immigration. And they are going to be discussing immigration during the French leadership debate, but they are not going to be discussing it during tomorrow night's English leadership debate, which has, I think, approximately traditionally three times more eyeballs on that debate than on the French debate. So this is a really curious theme that's happening in this particular debate on the French side, that they will be discussing immigration for the Quebec centric demographic, but not for the rest of English speaking Canada. Lise, what do you make of that?
Well, I think that Quebec is treated a lot more seriously as it pertains to their wants and their demands as it pertains to immigration. I think a couple of months ago, Francois Legault said, we're full. We're absolutely full. And so that they would bring, but this is not a sentiment that is unique to Quebec. This is a sentiment that's shared across the country of Canada. I think in every province and territory, is that we took in a lot of people way too fast at the expense of our our public services, healthcare, education, housing, cost of living, availability of food, availability of jobs. And it's really interesting that they would not have included that in the English debate. So whatever we are going to hear on immigration is going to be tonight during this debate, which is why it's so excellent that we have our 5 rebels there on the ground and why we're covering it here live for you guys tonight. Yeah, because this is our only opportunity to hear them.
You can see that this is the itinerary for the English leadership debate. The themes are affordability, cost of living, energy and climate, leading in a crisis, public safety and security, tariffs and threats to Canada. And then I'm not sure if we can maybe just contrast that with the French language debate themes that were announced. Yeah, if we just scroll up a little bit there. So the themes are even different. So there's the cost of living, energy and climate, trade war, identity and sovereignty, and then immigration and foreign affairs. So it'll be really interesting to contrast, especially since we're both doing both nights, to see what the differences are that are being shared tonight versus tomorrow night.
The identity and sovereignty is also going to be very, very telling for a great number of Western Canadians who are thinking to themselves, maybe our relationship with Canada has come to its natural conclusion, because what they promised to Quebec can also be promised to Western Canada. Okay, so it's real important that we pay attention to that one too. Sovereignty and identity is important. It could be argued that Westerners also share a unique culture and identity apart from the rest of Canada, and it'll be interesting to see what they say about it.
We have a one funny comment here from Spam Bot Fodder says, and I think this is while Ezra was speaking. He says, or she, I don't want to assume your gender. The lamestream media employs urinalysts, not journalists. So there you have it, hot off the press. And then we have a Rumble rant from Canada Dump. Gives $5. Thank you very much. Make Canada Great Again, MCGA. Spencer should be getting full credit for heckling Carney in recent Epstein video. He does amazing work. Rebel should contact him. Make Canada Great Again. Yeah, so that video we threw to part of that clip in a video that just went up earlier today. by one of our Alberta correspondents and also friend, Angelica Toy. She went out, I believe it was in Calgary, and did streeters. So she surveilled the public and what they thought about Mark Carney being pictured with known sex trafficker
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Epstein.
Yes.
So and Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice in his business. I don't know. I guess we have a few minutes, so why don't we just play the cold open of this?
I have not seen that clip, and I'd love to.
Yeah, it's a great video. It's only 10 minutes, so it's nice, short, and sweet, but it gives you a good idea of how Canadians are feeling about this weird connection that he has.
How many kids did he molest with Jeffrey Epstein? Honnêtement.
You guys know who this gentleman is?
Not at all.
No? He's a current Prime Minister of Canada.
No, down, sunshine. I don't go for those.
Oh, no.
You're random evil.
This is false information.
Well,
You guys are sick.
no, this is an image of them together. And
You should be embarrassed.
do you have any sort of concern for this association?
I would be, yeah. It's good to know.
The man was suspected or known to be a sexual offender. He was the former governor of the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England. It would have been a lapse of judgment for him to maintain an association with someone who was convicted or suspected of being a sexual predator.
Because. Come on.
I don't think I would want somebody to lead the country that had those affiliations, you know?
I don't think that's any of my business, actually.
Anybody who thinks that all this sex trafficking and drug trafficking is the little guy, it's not.
None of my business, says the one Canadian who just prefers to put their head in the sand and say fa la 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 all the way home in imaginary land. I mean, this is the potential. Well, this is the Prime Minister and the potential future Prime Minister of Canada, and this is none of your business. That's shocking to me.
And we're reprehensible for pointing out that this relationship existed and likely still does. Well, I mean, it still does exist. They obviously knew each other. They were together at Diana Carney's sister's event, Hedonism Festival, at her sprawling estate in the United Kingdom. I mean, to say that we're the reprehensible ones, I mean, buddy, please.
I'm just
take
trying
this
to pull
for what
up,
it is. We didn't force him. We didn't force him to take a picture with Ghislaine Maxwell, so it's not our fault. Thanks.
On more than one occasion, right? Like, this isn't just a one-off, and it's not some sneaky, suspicious AI-generated thing. There's a few of them, and then I'm just going to refer to this Toronto Sun article that was shared with me earlier, and the quote in there, it says, as a child, the woman you reference which is Ghislaine Maxwell, went to the same high school as Mr. Carney's wife's sister. While they have bumped into each other in public settings, including the 11-year-old photos that you've sent, they are apparently not friends. But this dates back to high school if you really look into things.
I mean, that is a lifelong relationship. And yes, he should be answering questions about how exactly he knew her, how exactly their families were oriented, because as we've sort of watched the Epstein story unroll, where there's smoke, there's fire. And how deep exactly did this relationship go? I think this is a valid question Canadians should know before casting a ballot, potentially, for Mark Carney.
Unless you just prefer to abide by ignorance is bliss, like that one Canadian who said that it's apparently none of their business what this person engages in their pre-prime ministerial lives, which I think is hugely concerning, because we should do thorough background checks on the people that are going to potentially, lead your country, especially under such tumultuous times. Now, For anybody who's just joining us, we are live streaming here ahead of the French leadership debates happening in Montreal. Debates are set to begin in roughly 8 minutes, so we will be streaming that simultaneously to giving some commentary. We have another couple chats. Thanks everyone for chipping in. We have one from Steven797, gives $20. Is Mark Carney going to be there? The last I heard, he had dropped out of the debate. Yes, he is going to be there after all. We'll see how well he speaks in French, because that, I think, is a huge weak point of Carney. And so he will be there. Actually, at this point, maybe we should mention that the Green Party was actually, I don't want to say kicked out, but they were dropped from the leaders' debates because they didn't run enough candidates in all ridings. So I think there are, if I remember correctly, 393 ridings, and they only had candidates slated in approximately, it doesn't say here, in the CBC piece, but if I remember correctly, they only had 209 candidates selected. And so you have to have at least, I think they were about 100 riding short of meeting the debates criteria to be included. And so just this morning, it was broken that they were dropped from the candidate from the debate. So that's really interesting news. Shows you that maybe the Green Party isn't the serious party that some people think that they are. And they tried the Green Party co-leader. I believe it was the co-leader. We have a clip of it. Tried to appeal to the Debates Commission to let them participate. Here, let's have a listen.
Today I speak not just as the youngest leader on the federal scene today, but as someone who spent his life standing up for those who the world is trying to silence. And today the Leaders Debate Commission is trying to do exactly that, to silence us. Let me be clear, their last-minute decision to exclude the Green Party of Canada from the Leaders Debate is not only unjust and baseless, because we met the criteria, it is undemocratic. It comes more than 7 days after the final list of candidates was received and announced by Elections Canada. And it follows a coordinated campaign by the Bloc Québécois and conservative commentators, people who are less interested in informing Canadians than they are in protecting their political turf. I fully expect to be at the debates tonight. I fully expect the Debate Commission to reverse their decision, their undemocratic decision. Merci tout le monde. Thank you much.
Yeah, so they didn't reverse their decision, and I'm just pulling up here. It's from the Globe and Mail. Let me see if we can get it pulled up. How many candidates they had running.
I wasn't a fan of the Greens being invited in the first place. I think that for the vast majority of Canadians, they are the party that you would least like to hear from at this pivotal moment in Canada's history. But I'm also sort of wondering about the organization of the Debates Commission to wait until the day of to cancel a previously approved member of the party. I mean, it just makes it look like they got their pants on backwards a little bit.
Yeah, they didn't do their homework, and so here they are now finding out. I think because the Globe and Mail broke this piece yesterday, where they note that the Green Party only has 232 candidates formally nominated with Elections Canada. And there are 343 ridings across the country. So they didn't meet the benchmark for candidacy in I don't know what the exact number of ridings needed are, but they were well below the requirements.
The
And
threshold.
yeah, exactly. And so I think when the Globe and Mail broke this, the Debates Commission was, running a little bit scared because they would be not abiding by their own rules. And, then it begs to differ, or begs to reason, why aren't parties like Maxime Bernier and the PPC included as well, right? If we're not going to uphold those thresholds that the Debates Commission, you've seen traditionally, is very harsh and abides strongly by, then you start to have to make exceptions for others as well. So they probably didn't want to run into that. So, here. The party had endorsed candidates in at least 90% of the 343 federal ridings, that's the threshold. You need to have slated candidates in at least 90% of the 343 ridings, or at least 309 candidates 28 days before the election. And of course, this election, the writ was just dropped on March 23rd, if I remember correctly. So it didn't give these parties, especially these smaller, more fringe parties, enough time to scramble to try to meet that criteria. So here we are.
Right. Yeah. It's not a good look for the Debates Commission, and it's. I mean, what's really too bad for the Greens, and far be it for me to defend the Greens, but it was done in such a way that they only had one day. It's not like they could take them to court like Rebel News did and force them into their own compliance. So very, very last minute, and I wonder what Lizzie May is going to have to say about it. Has she made a statement? I believe she has.
Yeah, I think that the Globe and Mail also included a statement from her. I don't know if we have a clip from it. And I just see we have 1 minute until the debate is set to begin. So I'm going to quickly read another Rumble rant that we have here from Rabid Roach, $2. Thanks very much. I, for one, am excited to hear a bunch of liars tell everyone how much more money they're willing to borrow to fix the problems they've caused. Yeah, I think you and me both.
I mean, there's nothing untrue in that statement. But let's see if we can try and catch him in some of those lies. Okay? That's what we're going to try and do. Yeah.
And then we have another one here from Steven797, gives $10. Thank you. Why was the PPC excluded? Now, I think it's because they don't have a seat, or they didn't meet that criteria and threshold. I don't know for certain, and I can look this up quickly before we get started, but maybe someone in the comments knows. Did the PPC run enough slated candidates to be included in the election, or is there another rule there where they need to at least have a certain number of seats or a pre-existing number of seats in the House to be included? If you know...
Yeah, our fearless leader, Ezra Levant, asked that question on Twitter. He said, why didn't Maxime Bernier take them to court? Why didn't they? So perhaps they were excluded because of a technicality or whatever, and they didn't fight it. That's the thing. The answer to that question is, it's highly likely that they would have been there had they chose to fight it in court, but they did not. So there's that.
Yeah. And I see that it is starting here. Looks like they're just panning some of the scene, outlining, showing some visuals of the leaders of each party. Of course, we have Pierre Poilievre from the Conservatives. We have Mark Carney with the Liberals. We have Jagmeet Singh from the NDP, and Bloc Québécois Francois Blanche. My French is so terrible.
Oh no, but not Legault.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking the premier of of Quebec. And now I'm drawing a complete blank on the leader. But there we have Jagmeet Singh getting ready to face off. Here, can we hear their introduction? Patrice Roy.
This important event has been moved forward to give as many people as possible the opportunity to tune in without missing a decisive moment for another one of our passions, hockey. And by the way, I'll go off script here for a few seconds and say that the Montreal Canadiens, you'd better win. I also
Right,
would like
because
to say that
they
the
moved the
leaders'
debate back
invitations were
2
managed by
hours
the
to
Leaders' Debates Commission,
give time or
the
give
podium
way
places on the set
to
were
the hockey game happening in
I
Montreal
mean,
tonight.
just another example of the debates commission not kind of having their pants on the right way, to be completely honest.
Right. I mean, where are your priorities here? This is a very tense and highly important federal election. And I mean, we are in Canada, so I get the sentiment with hockey, but priorities, right? Now, just while we have our viewers, and it looks like they're just going through some of the housekeeping, they're going over the themes. We've kind of already ran through that a little bit, but I'll read to you quickly a Rumble script that we have on the stream that again helps us to bring you this coverage. It comes from 1775 Coffee, and weak coffee is not for the weak. And at Rumble, weak has never been part of the mission. No fillers, no fraud, and no settling for mediocrity, just like 1775 Coffee. It's single origin, small farm, hand-picked, specialty grade coffee that stands for quality, free speech, and calling out BS when it matters. Forget stale, mass-produced beans roasted just enough to hide the flaws. Their dark roast hits like a Trump tariff. Medium roast keeps it bold without the bitterness, and Vitality Mushroom Blend is real energy and lasting focus, no synthetic garbage. For K-Cup pods, whole bean, or fresh ground coffee, go to 1775coffee.com. Use code STUDIO for 15% off and start your morning with coffee that stands for something. Oh, and every dollar spent enters you to win a Cybertruck and $30,000 in cash. So there you have it, 1775 Coffee. And I can vouch for their coffee. It is good coffee, and I do want to try that mushroom blend. Alex Greer gives us $2.79. Thanks very much. We need real debates. I agree. Let's see what today brings. But, I'm not holding my breath. Maybe the English debate will be better. The French one, I'm not sure. Rocky Johnson gives $5. Thank you again. Brookfield ties. Why haven't you disclosed all financial ties to Brookfield given its reported use of Bermuda tax havens? I mean, let's hope that somebody at the debates commission or perhaps in the media scrum thereafter, maybe one of their rebels, will ask such a question, because I think that is really top of mind for a lot of Canadians who are paying attention. But the debates have started. Let's check it out, what they have to say so far.
To our first opening question, you'll have 45 seconds each to answer. This election, according to many, has been hijacked by Trump. So to assert our sovereignty early in this debate, I'll ask you to name 2 things you'd put forward, concrete things that will change the lives of Canadians, but that have nothing to do with the United States. 45 seconds. Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Leroy. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to Canada. 2 things that don't include Mr. Trump. First of all, we need to double the rhythm of construction of new homes here in Canada. That's absolutely fundamental. And the second thing, we need to promote and strengthen our cultural institutions in Canada.
45 seconds, Mr. Poilievre. 2 things that you would promise Canadians to change their lives that have nothing to do with the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and thanks to my colleagues for being here today. Clearly, life is no longer affordable. The promise of an affordable life is broken. I have a plan to make life more affordable by cutting taxes by 15%. That's one thing that will reward work for the middle class and for seniors who've already worked. Second thing, we're going to scrap the GST on new houses, and we're going to incentivize cities to reduce their taxes too, so that our young people can save up to $100,000 on a new home and restore the promise of Canada.
Mr. Blanchet.
I would like to come back to something that I do all year long. First of all, thank you for having welcomed us. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I would like to insist on two things for Quebec that I was talking about before the Trump crisis is Quebec's right to have a different and open economy, open to the world, based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also Quebec's right to be different, to have a different language, to have a different culture, to have different values, to have different immigration models that need to succeed. These are elements that should always have been mentioned, but that have a particularly new sense with this new crisis.
Great. Mr. Singh, 45 seconds. Two things that have nothing to do with the American.
Thank you for the question. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about values. What are the values that underpin the answer to this question? Canadians and Quebecers like taking care of one another. We come together. That is what we believe in. That is a basic value for us. And this value is embodied in our public health care system, which has nothing to do with the U.S. And we want our healthcare system to be nothing like the American one. We will expand pharmacare so that everyone can access the medications they need. And I also want to talk about dental care. I also want to expand that program, which owes itself to us.
Thank you. I'd like to reassure you, Mr. Singh. I think you were disappointed. We are going to talk about health as well, and I'll ask questions about that later. First theme, therefore, obviously, the trade war. Trump is going to be tough. We don't know what's in store with him. I don't think any solution is going to be possible. We always thought they were our ally. It doesn't make sense. You can't reason with him. The government will have to stand firm, stay firm. We have to put him in his place. Otherwise, he'll destroy us totally. The answer should be pragmatic. It would be good to pause some of our services to the U.S. They need us. An eye for an eye, no messing around. Get us out of this mess. We need a leader who can make decisions to destabilize Trump and make him respect Canada. What does he plan to do with the new president of the United States? What do you plan to do with this president? That is the elephant in the room. So for your information, there are 1,073 days left in Donald Trump's term. Why do you think that you are the best person here tonight to negotiate with Mr. Trump? Mr. Poilievre, 35 seconds.
First of all, we will never be an American state. We will remain sovereign. On my first day as Prime Minister, I will restart negotiations to accelerate a deal that will put an end to the tariffs and protect our sovereignty. We can't control Trump, but at the same time, we have to control what we can control. We need to reverse liberal economic policies that have weakened our country. We need to unleash our resources, cut taxes, and bring jobs back home so that we can face Trump from a position of strength.
All right, well, first of all, in a crisis, you have to plan for the worst possible situation, and you have to have a plan to build a strong economy here in Canada. And we need to react with strength. And those are the elements that will allow us to succeed with Mr. Trump. He respects strength. He respects people who understand how the world works and who understand how the private sector works. And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Trump will hang from his own noose because their economy is dependent on ours. But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the States. Our population is bigger than the States. And so retaliation is going to hurt the States. But we have to negotiate in a rational way, and we shouldn't fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
Conclusions?
It's all about priorities. For me, now is the time to invest, not cut. It is the time to protect what we hold dear, our farmers, our culture, the French language. These things should not be sacrificed. It is time to defend who we are, what our values are. And we believe in helping one another. That's what we will do. How? We will strengthen our healthcare system. We will not let it be Americanized. That is crucial. We must defend who we are.
So, open debate to begin now for about 15 minutes. Mr. Poiliev, you have called Carney a political grifter, a globalist banker who's disconnected from reality. And Mr. Carney, you've said Pierre Poiliev is a career politician who knows nothing about how the real world works. So I ask you the question, which of you first is capable of standing up to Donald Trump? Mr. Poiliev.
I am, because I'm going to put Canada first. I will never compromise Canada's interests. And I will control what we can control here. Obviously, no one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the Americans.
The issue is, Mr. Poiliev,
Well,
you would make Canada more like the
That's not
United
true.
States. You would Americanize our healthcare system,
That's not true.
privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives do.
That's not true.
Mr. Carney, you said that you're better?
All right. First of all, I know how to negotiate. And I agree with Mr. Singh. We need to start by saying what's never going to be on the table. The French language, Quebec's culture, and supply management will never be on the table. Our resources, that's the first thing. Second, in terms of Mr. Blanchet's point, the opportunities that we have with the European Union are there, and I've already started building new relationships with the European Union. As Prime Minister, I met with the President of France and with the President of the European Commission.
There's a lot to unpack in there, let's be honest. And perhaps it's right. You say that you're an expert in managing a crisis, but you say you're a negotiator, but, well, perhaps negotiating with tax havens. But when it comes to trade agreements, I haven't seen the proof. We apparently have to believe you with no political experience. And so I find this kind of funny because people say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening. You're not trying to figure out how to collaborate between equals, Quebec, Canada, Mexico, European partners. You're trying to score divisive points that only serves the United States of America.
All right. I've just started as Prime Minister. I've been Prime Minister for a month. In the first week, I signed an agreement with the premiers of all the provinces, the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces and territories concerning free trade within Canada. It's also an agreement that deals with trade corridors. That's an example. That's an example.
You haven't sat with any premiers. You've sat with MPs that will be elected at the same level of you if you're elected.
The problem, Mr. Carney, is that your party has been in power for 10 years. And in that time, it's not meetings that are going to change things. It's your policies that have blocked resources. C-69, which blocks not just pipelines, but also dams, mines, and liquid natural gas exploration. We have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
Sovereign and have energy sovereignty your as well. Priorities. Mr. Carney, unfortunately, your priority is, well, you had time to meet with the king, but you did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI get maybe half of their salary. For people who have already lost their jobs, that is not enough. It won't cover the bills. It won't cover their rent costs. That shows your priorities. For me, workers are number one. We need a system to support our workers.
We'll hear some in a few seconds, but Mr. Carney, response, and then I have another question for Blanchet.
Well, first of all, we need to fight in a trade war. We need to fight with counter tariffs. And all the money collected from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers and the businesses that are the most affected by this trade war. They won't be used for tax cuts the way that Mr. Poilievre is going to do.
You always want to increase them. You're liberal. We want to cut
just
taxes.
Started as Prime Minister.
For a fourth liberal term.
I've just started.
You were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. Have you forgotten that?
Honestly, let me cut in here. Both of them would cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires. They have already done it in the past. Your first step was to reduce taxes for the millionaires. Pierre Poilievre would do the same thing.
That's not true.
You're not thinking of regular people.
We've cut the consumer carbon tax. That's what we
Mr.
did.
Singh, Mr. Blanchet, we've been telling Canadians for several days that it would be better to have a minority government. You said it clearly. With Trump, can Canadians not want a majority government that's stronger?
I don't know where that reasoning comes. The minority government would be weaker than a majority government. Go tell that to the Germans, who have only governed through coalitions recently. Many countries have coalitions, and if that is the population of the people, then great. At this point, it's possible that Canadians and Quebecers, perhaps, choose to trust in someone who has the least experience in politics. Quebec has a different economy, different interests, different everything. We want a parliament where our economic difference is taken into account.
Let's talk a little bit about
Mr. Singh, in terms of the minority government.
The whole point of a minority government is to help people, to make a difference in people's lives. But honestly, Mr. Blanchet, unfortunately, in the last minority government, you showed that you were as useless as the monarchy is. You did nothing for people. What is worse, you voted against measures that would help Quebecers. Dental care, pharmacare. These are measures that have helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers.
Quebec jurisdiction, dental care, health care,
people in Quebec,
pharmacare,
people
money
in
that
Quebec.
we send to Ottawa. Ottawa does not have the expertise or the jurisdiction.
We are
Quebec
paying the
does.
bills.
Mr. Roy,
Please let me finish one sentence.
Please wrap it up.
When we want to be effective, we give the money to the experts, those who have the legal jurisdiction to spend the money, and that is Quebec in this case. The NDP gave $2 billion to an insurance company.
Giving
Everything
money
was
to our
going
Quebec seniors.
fine until now, but Mr. Carney, in terms of the minority government,
Mr. Roy, we are in a crisis, the most serious crisis of our lives. We need to react with resounding, overwhelming strength. Yes, we need to cut a few taxes. Yes, we need to cut bureaucracy. But the government needs to act in a time of crisis. So we need to have a government ready to act.
But when you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, you weakened our economy. We need economic sovereignty, and that means bringing back production to Canada. And I would reverse liberal policies around development. I would expedite construction permits. We would have pre-approved permits. And that I would also make sure that we could send our energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin, and to break our dependence on the U.S.
The conservatives and the liberals both prioritize the ultra-rich, not you.
They just called Putin Putin.
Putin, yes. Vladimir.
Wow.
Yeah, Russia's president. Yeah, they called the cheesy gravy fries.
There will be negotiations with the Americans, obviously.
Oh, no.
What? Well, you'll all say supply management here, but I'd like to say that Canada gave up market shares during the last 3 trade deal negotiations. We're talking about more than $450 million a year in losses for Canadian farmers. So what is something you wouldn't concede in a
I
negotiation?
will defend supply management. I will defend the French language. I will defend our healthcare system. I will defend our decisions and our laws. We will always be sovereign. And the way we're going to restore that sovereignty, Canadian sovereignty, is by making our economy stronger. We need to cut red tape by 25% for businesses. We need to reduce development charges, taxes on housing. We need to support labor and energy and domestic production. That's how we can be more sovereign.
Supply management. Well, I'll go around the table, Mr. Carney.
In the face of the U.S.
It's nice to say supply management, but we've said it 3 times and it hasn't been done. So.
Well, this is the first time that I will be at the table if I am elected as Prime Minister. I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, we'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear from the beginning when talking to the Americans.
One area that we don't agree on is that Pierre Poilievre would cut our healthcare system. You said it, everyone knows it. You said that you want to cut. You would cut dental care.
Not true.
Pharmacare. You called them bad ideas. And unfortunately, Mr. Carney's plan to budget the operating budget in 3 years would lead to $43 billion
We'll talk about
worth
that in
of
the next
cuts.
segment. Cost of living, we'll talk about tax cuts later and choices, and we will underscore that none of you has tabled a costed plan. These are just promises. Mr. Blanchet on supply
We have
management.
tabled a program, first of all. Second of all, we are not the ones who decide what's on the table. If Mr. Trump says, I want to talk about this, no one will be able to stop him from at least talking about it. We've never sacrificed the principle of supply management. So it's empty words. Little bits have been sacrificed every single time at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars every single time. All Mr. Trump wants is a wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones, with no protection against antibiotics.
So what would you do concretely?
We will bring back an act that everyone approved. The Liberals before Carney approved it. Everyone had approved it, but then there were certain intrigues with unelected senators. There's a number of unelected members of Parliament that seem to be making decisions.
What would protect better?
Well, maybe I agree with that law, but my point is that we need to invest in Canada. Our plan, which will be unveiled this weekend, will catalyze $500 billion of investment in Canada over the next 5 years. And that will be important in our negotiations with Mr. Trump.
I'd like us to listen to a worker together from Stellantis. For him, this crisis with the U.S. is very clear. He's just lost his job.
I was laid off by Stellantis because of the trade war with the U.S. How will your government stop Mr. Trump from attacking our industries one by one? And how will you protect our jobs? Concrete measures. How will you help workers? You all have different proposals. Mr. Poilievre.
First of all, I already announced a fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be EI to protect people who have fallen on rough times. I will be there for people who've lost their jobs. At the same time, we need to stimulate investment to strengthen our economy and to encourage new companies. We need to unleash our natural resources, and we need to create more jobs in resource industries. We also want to create more jobs for tradespeople at a time when they need work to build new houses.
Let's stay on workers. Mr. Singh.
If a business wants to sell cars in Canada, they should be required to have a factory in Canada, a presence in Canada, and I would put this in a law. We are a major market. If you want to sell here, you should create jobs here. And let me add, the first thing Mr. Poilievre said in 2022 when he became Conservative leader is that he would cut EI contributions. So it is not credible that he would increase support to people when he talked about eliminating contributions.
Mr. Blanchet, for workers, you've said you want to go back to a pandemic-style wage subsidy.
The principle of that. We said that even before the campaign. To paraphrase Mr. Poilievre, EI is fairly broken. People have difficulty accessing it, and I disagree with Mr. Carney's suggestion to say that money will be invested in training. You've lost your job, but we're going to train you, and you're going to have another kick at a can at the age of 55. Not a good idea. The idea of the wage subsidy was to allow the worker to have a link to their job by giving them a subsidy so that the employer, should they want to, could rehire them someone who had the skill to do the job. So there would be a transitional period where there could be temporary job losses, like for the case we just heard.
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund for manufacturing in Canada, specifically for the auto sector. And third, our counter-tariff system for the automotive sector contains an incentive of $7 billion for the automakers to keep production and workers here in Canada. That's very important. But the reason that we've done all of this is so that we can have strong positions to negotiate with Trump.
Just to conclude, I think we need to encourage Canadians to buy Canadian-made cars. And that's why, as long as there are tariffs, we will scrap the GST on cars and trucks that are built here, mainly built here in Canada.
Good, because my next...
I think the tariff is a good idea. What allows companies to buy and sell more, then yes, I do agree with that approach.
70%.
Mr. Poilievre copied our idea. We announced the GST lifting for Canadian-made cars before him.
Now, there are a lot of things that are in all of your platforms, but we'll come back to that. Now, 70% of Canadians say that they're buying fewer American products. It's a big number. You leaders, could you please name me one made-in-USA product that you no longer buy?
I buy my own strawberries.
So you don't buy strawberries anymore?
I buy Quebec strawberries, and I do my own shopping, by the way.
What products have you not bought, Mr. Carney?
No more wine, no more alcohol, no more American alcohol.
I do my own shopping, and I cook at home. Lots of products. Fruits, there's a lot of Canadian apples.
So you're making an effort?
Yes, I'm making an effort with apples, other fruit, strawberries.
Strawberries. Everyone is eating a lot of strawberries these days.
I bring it up because I do my own grocery shopping, which Carney does not.
This is a delicious conversation. It's beef in my case. I buy Canadian beef. It's the best beef in the world. But I never buy American strawberries either.
Organic
Okay.
beef from Quebec
Next
is also
theme.
not bad.
Well, let's share some of that
All
someday.
right. It's very beautiful to see. Our next theme is the cost of living. He can manage our money. Oh, we're having a hard time here. I hope they'll be able to balance the budget and maintain the same quality of services. Inflation, lower taxes. I earn a good salary, but it's hard to pay for groceries, for childcare for our kid, for everything. Education is expensive. Prices keep going up. The middle class is hurting. And for the poor, it's worse. We're retired and we're counting every penny. We're getting poorer. I feel like no one really listens to young people on housing or the cost of living. So what does the future hold for us young people? What does the future hold for young people? I'll give you a few figures here very briefly. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but in Montreal, housing prices have more than doubled over 10 years, from over $300,000 to $671,000. Remarkable growth in Toronto and Vancouver as well. So my question, and you'll have 35 seconds, first of all, how can we improve access to housing, for example, for this young woman that we just heard from, Mr. Blanchet?
Clearly, it's through the starting capital and another GST-based policy. There needs to be access to capital for their down payment. My children can't pay for a house. A lot of them have jobs, good jobs. It's essential that we give them a little boost. Using public money, for example, and it's not during a crisis and that in cutting budgets that we will be able to do so. We need to reduce speculation on house prices. We need to invest in affordable housing, social housing, student housing to give a good price and reduce pressure
Thank you, Mr.
in
Blanchet.
the
Mr.
residences of
35
Canada.
seconds.
I'm with you, with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your taxes for the average worker by 15%. We will scrap the GST on new homes, and we will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits and construction so that young people can once again buy a home and restore the dream of home ownership.
In order to fix this crisis in the cost of living, we need to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, and they need to have more Canada in their pockets. So that means a tax cut for the middle class. And our plan is almost $800 per family. Cut the GST on first homes and increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect that, and we need to double new housing construction in Canada with our plan.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. When I talk to people and the cost of living comes up, there are two main topics. First, grocery costs. Second, housing costs. For groceries, major grocery giants are gouging us. We saw this with the price of bread, the price of meat. They drive prices up, and they are gouging the Canadian public. We would put price caps on essential groceries. We would also stop corporate landlords from buying up affordable housing and apartments. We are in it for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. 245,000 housing units were built in 2024. You've all promised to massively accelerate the pace of that construction. The Liberals have said 500,000, the NDP 600,000. Mr. Singh, you're going to start this part of the open debate. Do houses grow on trees?
We have a clear plan for how to make this happen. First, we would not sell off our federal land. We would keep it and we would build affordable housing on it, 100% affordable. We would train Canadian workers to build more homes. We also must keep the affordable housing that we do have. And unfortunately, the two major parties have let rich speculators buy up affordable housing. And now we have no more. That's a major issue. We need to keep our affordable housing and build more housing in general.
A couple of ideas. First of all, I would like to talk for Quebec. There are delays of hundreds of thousands of houses to be built, and we don't have the human resources to do so. But there are initiatives for small housing, for social housing, modular housing, that would allow us to build quicker with fewer resources and cheaper to accommodate as many people as possible. But I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's financial framework, because the Conservatives want to cut. They're going to have to cut spending at some point as well. The Liberals want to cut in revenue but increase expenditure. There's some financial magic that's in there somewhere. I would like to hear their financial framework or even their electoral platforms.
In a minute,
that would be
the
nice.
Constant Plan. But Mr. Carney, 500,000 housing units.
And we need to get started so that we can get the housing market working better with a reduction in bureaucracy at the municipal level and in fees. But we are proposing a new institution, Build Canada Homes, which is going to build affordable homes using lumber from Quebec, using lumber from British Columbia, using Canadian wood, and using new Canadian technologies. We are going to create a new industry.
And it seems to me, you say 500,000 units? I mean, I could say 800,000, 400,000. Where's this coming from?
You know, if I can have 35 seconds, we need to add funding of $25 billion for the development of affordable homes and $10 billion for...
Mr. Poilievre, you haven't costed your objective.
Yes, we will, in our platform, which is going to come out in a few days. But Mr. Carney, you're repeating exactly the same promises that Justin Trudeau has been making for 10 years. During the Liberal decade, when you were the economic advisor, the cost of housing has gone up.
Of England,
and you inflated the cost of housing then too. You have a terrible record in England for real estate costs there, the real estate prices. The problem is that the Liberals want to build bureaucracy. They want to balloon bureaucracy by creating new departments, new bureaucrats. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need more homes, more new doors on new homes for young families. The reason why housing has become so expensive today is because of taxes and bureaucracy. I will eliminate the GST on new homes. I will incentivize cities to free up land and accelerate permits so that we can build your home.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
Let us talk records. Mr. Poilievre, you were a housing minister. How many homes did you build?
Over 200,000.
I'll tell you, 6. You built 6 homes.
200,000.
6.
200,000.
We cannot believe what
you
you're
asked
saying.
a question. Can I answer it?
We cannot believe Mr. Poilievre. He only built 6 homes.
200,000
when he was in power.
Can I answer?
We know the answer.
Can
it's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very much for reminding everyone of my record. It was a good record.
During the 10 years the Conservatives were in power, rent doubled, housing costs doubled. And then, when the Liberals came in, they doubled again. Unfortunately, Mr. Carney benefited from the housing crisis when he was the board chair at Brookfield Investments. His company benefited from the housing crisis by buying up affordable buildings and tripling rents.
Mr. Carney.
Okay, Mr. Poilievre's approach is everyone for themselves. In the COVID crisis, he said, okay, let's cut taxes, let's cut bureaucracy. This crisis, now that we're facing, the greatest crisis of our lives, he's saying, cut taxes, cut bureaucracy. In a crisis, you have to do that to a certain point, but you have to act as a government. And if I may, you need to have capital to catalyze investment. And with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the Government of Canada, we can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take the money temporarily to help for their kids' down payment. That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by parents like myself who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be more concrete than programs after programs that are just empty words and for which there's no financial framework?
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's let Mr. Poilievre conclude because you were having a conversation with Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney, in 2020 and 2021, you said that inflation wouldn't happen and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what caused our inflationary crisis. You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is, who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
You are all proposing, or just about all of you are proposing tax cuts. We'll see them up on the screen here. Mr. Carney announced that on the first day of the campaign. Mr. Poilievre's been announcing them for a long time. So for a couple earning $90,000 a year, you can see the numbers up here: $1,299 in savings for the Conservatives, $1,011 for the NDP, $577 for the Liberals. And the cost of those measures is really what I want to underline here. Mr. Poilievre, you're spending more on tax cuts than the NDP or Liberals. Now, you've all arrived here this evening with no costed financial plan. It's been a long time since we've seen that at the time of the leaders' debate, the leaders don't have a costed plan. So we don't know how you're going to pay for these tax cuts. Now, I'm going to be careful how I word this, but don't you think it's irresponsible to Canadian voters to do this? Mr. Carney, you said you've got the numbers, but where's your costed plan?
As I've just said, we'll be presenting our costed platform this weekend.
But why not earlier at an event?
There are 10 days left in the election campaign. It's about the same thing as Mr. Poilievre, as I've seen. And it is going to be costed, and the operational budget will be cleaned up. We'll balance it in 3 years, but at the same time, we will be investing in Canada and in Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre, where would you make the cuts? This comes back to my earlier question to Mr. Carney. In terms of the costed plans, what do you have to hide? Will transfers to provinces go down, for example?
We're going to cut consultants. Believe it or not, a Canadian family is spending $1,400 in federal tax just to pay for consultants. That's been a 100% increase. I'm going to cut consultants. Secondly, we're going to cut the cost of bureaucracy through attrition. People will be retiring, and we don't need to replace all of them. We can slowly, gradually reduce the cost of the bureaucracy. Third, we're going to pass a dollar for dollar bill. For every new dollar in spending, there will have to be a dollar in reduced spending. And we are going to generate $70 billion more in revenues.
Mr. Carney, don't have a costed plan that we've seen.
We are the only party that has talked about ways to increase government revenues. We have talked about closing tax loopholes, getting rid of tax havens, empowering the CRA to go after corporations that are not paying their taxes. These are not tax increases. These are taxes that are already supposed to be paid. The CRA has said that tens of billions of dollars in revenues are being lost. Pierre Poilievre has been very honest with Canadians. He will cut healthcare.
Not true. No,
he will
not true.
cut
That's false.
EI. He said
That's
this back in
false.
2022 when he became leader of the Conservative
true.
Party.
That's false.
And Mark Carney has also said very clearly that he would make massive cuts.
No.
He would cut $43 billion worth
For
of
the first
spending.
time.
Mr. Carney, then Mr. Blanchet.
No, that's not right at all. I've said there is an operational budget that's over $200 billion a year. And that budget has grown 9% year over year over the last 10 years. We need to slow down that growth. And we'll do that with technology, we'll do that with attrition, as Mr. Poilievre has suggested, and we can do that, and we will do that, and it's necessary, but we're not going to cut transfers to individuals, nor transfers to the provinces.
So the provinces will not get less money. Mr. Blanchet, is that what you believe?
Well, I've an issue with this. These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives. Basic economics state that when there's a threat of recession or slowdown, that is when the state, well, that's why we're not saying cut taxes, we're saying make good investments. We want to invest in our military forces. It's the time to do so with Canadian companies, the Quebec tramway that Mr. Poilievre doesn't want to do. That's what we have to do. We have to have targeted investments, health transfers so that the Maisonneuve-Rosemont hospital can be renovated. It's time to invest in infrastructure, public infrastructure with public money so that everyone can keep their jobs.
So no tax cuts.
No, it wouldn't be a tax cut. There would be a specific budget for it.
It's necessary.
We have to keep going. They want to do one thing and the other. Cut, but somehow make more money. Something doesn't work.
We've started with the cost of living. We have to cut taxes for the cost of living.
What Mr. Blanchet said is true. You are talking about a magic spell here, Mr. Carney. This is one rare moment where we agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in the operational budget.
Operational spending. That's different.
You said,
one at a time, please,
that this would affect transfers for healthcare and to individuals.
No, Mr. Roy, no,
I have a question.
That's not right at all. That's not right at all.
Mr. Carney, you'll have the opportunity to answer later. The question that people are asking themselves, and you may have heard this, Mr. Singh, you've promised that every Canadian will have a family doctor, that there will be vastly more nurses. Does the federal government need to continue developing more national plans like pharmacare and dental care? Or option two, should they be giving more money to the provinces for healthcare? Mr. Carney, you'll start off. More programs or more money?
First of all, the priority for the federal government is to invest and to catalyze investment in the most serious crisis we're facing in our lives. We need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No new programs. No.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's easy. All premiers from the provinces and territories unanimously asked for a 35% health transfer. I would like to re-explain it. The federal government receives more money than it needs. It needs $10, it gets $12. Quebec needs $10, but it only gets $8. So the federal government could take its surplus and say, I would like to invest in your jurisdictions. The Liberals and the Conservatives agree on this, and the NDP loves butting its nose into provincial jurisdiction. The Constitution sets out jurisdictions. The
All right.
easiest way is to give the money
Mr.
without
Singh?
conditions.
You've said that we do need to step in, that we need to have more programs like this.
Let me explain. Absolutely, we need to increase health transfers. Absolutely, in order to help out the provinces. What is more, we are now in the midst of a crisis, a healthcare crisis. It is being felt here in Quebec and all throughout the country. We should recognize that a leader is someone who looks for solutions, not excuses. I believe that we should be investing more in fixing problems. And yes, we can work with the provinces to hire more healthcare workers. We can work with them to get through this crisis. Pharmacare is one area where everyone can come together to bring down the cost of medication. We believe in helping people.
Deciding Quebec's priorities isn't your jurisdiction. I don't go to your house and tell you how to paint your wall, do I? It's money that you would refuse to give Quebec.
We can do two things at
Mr.
once.
Poilievre?
We can transfer money and then work with the provinces on other solutions.
Mr. Poilievre, more money to the provinces or more federal programs?
I think the federal government is taking too much tax revenues and delivering too little. And that's the Liberal track record after 10 years. And the question for Canadians is, you can't afford your groceries and you can't afford your rent or your housing because it's too expensive now after 3 terms of Liberal government. Will a 4th Liberal term change things for you enough for you to be able to buy a house and have a beautiful life?
Okay. For the health program, I didn't
on
understand.
healthcare, no. What I propose on that is a program that the federal government could coordinate, and that is to do with licenses for doctors and nurses. It would be a voluntary program, as has previously existed, to allow immigrants to be licensed and be able to work in our hospitals to reduce your wait times.
So everyone agrees on health transfer. The question is, the 13 premiers of the 13 economies of Canada, Canada doesn't have one economy, it has 13 economies. These requests were made to stop the deterioration
Very good.
of the healthcare system.
Next theme. Energy and climate. The carbon tax was something that was supposed to help the environment, but now, what are we doing for the environment? It worries me a bit. Our planet is starting to die. I really want to see someone who can prioritize climate change and the economy in Canada. We shouldn't be building a pipeline. The environmental consequences are very serious. Even if for ecological reasons it's not the best solution. Well, I think we have to think about it. There was a good project in place, but then it was dropped. A pipeline would have a major impact. We may have to make sacrifices if we want to be more independent. Drill, baby, drill, says Donald Trump. But I have a very simple question for you, and I would like just a simple answer as well. You have 35 seconds open debate. Do you want Canada to increase oil production? Yes or no? Mr. Singh?
I would be in favor of investing in clean energy, renewable energy. With our public money, I would spend on projects like an east-west clean energy grid. That's the sort of thing we need. We need renewable energy for our future. That is where we should invest our public funds.
So, more or less oil or the same amount as right now? You want to increase it? That's what people want to know. Are you increasing oil production?
There are a few measures that I support. Investing in clean energy. Bringing down our emissions.
We'll get to that in the open debate later. But the question is very simple, I think. Mr. Carn.
Yes, more oil so that we can reduce our imports, especially our imports from the United States, a country that is threatening us right now. But in order to do that, we need to have low-risk oil Canada is a low-risk country and low-cost oil. Canada's more or less that right now, but we also need low-carbon oil because we need to be competitive over the long term. So at the same time, we need to have pipelines. We need to invest in carbon stockage, carbon capture as well. That's very important for our competitiveness.
To that later, Mr. Poilievre, should we produce more oil in Canada?
Yes. And we have to be able to get it to market by pipeline. Unfortunately, the other parties passed an unconstitutional law, C-69, which is a no more pipelines bill. And that's why Canadians and Quebecers now have to buy 139,000 barrels of U.S. oil every day. I will repeal C-69 to allow for the construction of hydroelectric projects, mines, and also pipelines so that we can get around Donald Trump and be sovereign when it comes to energy.
There's a competition as to who will be the biggest oil head here. The Americans buy our oil, we buy their oil, because that's how geography works. I want less oil, but let us be clear. The one that approved 9B for Enbridge was me when I was the Environment Minister, but I say that we have to progressively wean off of petrol and oil because the cost on families will be far worse than what Mr. Poilievre says. Paying for the consequences of climate change will cost billions of dollars every single year per family. Let us invest in Quebec's green energy.
I'd like to ask a question to launch the debate. Mr. Carney, for 17 years now, the Liberals have been telling us that the only way to fight against climate change is to put a price on carbon with the carbon tax. There was elections on this. But the first day you came to power, you abolished this tax. What should Canadians understand from this? Is the fight against climate change no longer a priority for Liberals?
Not at all. It is still a priority, and it's a priority for Canada. We're talking a lot about diversifying our trade partners around the world. The European Union. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in manufacturing and energy in all of our products so that we can have better access to that market. But in terms of the carbon tax, we cut the consumer carbon tax. And that covers about 6% of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We are maintaining the industrial carbon tax for big polluters, but we're creating a new market so that major polluters will pay people and households to make green decisions.
You would axe the second carbon tax as well, the industrial tax. You would eliminate both.
Yes.
Eliminate both. So there's not even a fight against climate change or no incentive except
That's not true.
Less gas.
There's a cost associated with using energy already, but my approach is a pragmatic one. For example, the National Bank calculated that if we export our natural gas, our liquefied natural gas, to India, for example, to replace coal, that could reduce emissions in India by 2.5 billion tons. That's 3 times the emissions of all of Canada, and would also bring a lot of money back to Canada. The Liberals are blocking the construction of the pipeline and of the LNG plants. For example, LNG Quebec is a project that would make it possible for us to sell our energy very profitably to Europe and reduce Europe's dependence on Putin. And that's what I would like to do instead of feeding into Putin's war machine.
Mr. Carney's abolition of the carbon tax means that Canadians outside of Quebec will receive a rebate for several weeks still for a tax that has been cut. So this puts Quebec in an unjust position. What are you asking in this respect?
Another element, it might give Mr. Carney's an opportunity to answer. Last year, Canada invested $30 billion in oil. Trans Mountain cost $40 billion. It took 9 years to build it. That means that with only just these elements. That's $16 billion of Quebec money that was invested in oil. Do you want a great energy worksite? It's Quebec's green worksite. So let's invest there. With regards to the $3.7 billion, the government would preemptively reimburse the tax carbon. Now the carbon tax. Now they've cancelled the carbon tax before the elections, but they're still sending reimbursements for expenditures that people won't have to do because the carbon tax no longer exists. Quebec is responsible and still has a cap and trade system like California. We're being penalized. We're taking $800 million out of Quebecers' pockets. That's $100 per person, including newborn babies, $800 from everyone's pockets, $100 from everyone's pockets to offer electoral baubles just before an election.
Is there not an injustice there?
It's not an injustice. Quebec is a pioneer in carbon markets, and that's clear. First point. And the second point, Canadians outside of Quebec and British Columbia have paid the carbon tax, and as such, they receive the carbon rebate, and all Canadians, including Quebecers, will receive the middle class tax cut, because we have what we've done. There's a principle here. There's an important principle here.
Yes, you're going to speak in a moment. Just in terms of clarity for those who are listening to us, what reimbursement are you talking about?
The rebate. No, not in Quebec. No, not in Quebec.
But Quebec
there's a principle.
Gas prices are higher.
There's a principle here. We are making people whole, people who paid the carbon tax. And we're doing that in a fair way.
Europe, Quebec, and California has a system that incentivizes companies to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. It's about 9 cents per litre, and it's much cheaper than the potential effects and the future effects of climate change.
Just to get back to the debate topic, we are talking about the climate crisis here. That is not something that is a long way off. This is something going on right now. We are already in the midst of the climate crisis. We have seen it here in Quebec. Extreme temperatures, forest fires, flooding. I agree with Mr. Blanchet that it is too high a cost to bear, so we need to do something. I spoke with one mother before I became a father, and she said, I'm worried about my children when they play outside. I'm worried about the BC forest fires. Our children cannot breathe the air outside. And now that I am a father, I feel the same anxiety. With forest fires, people cannot breathe the air. So we need to do something. We need to protect our environment, and we need to protect our children.
Mr. Poilievre, you're clear. You're saying that we need a pipeline. If, in spite of all of your efforts with the Indigenous nations, they say no, would you impose it in spite of all of your efforts? If Quebec says no, would you impose it?
Well, first of all, you shouldn't assume that, because most Quebecers want a pipeline. According to the polls, look, there's no social acceptability for the status quo. Thank you very much.
That is the most empty sentence I've ever heard in this debate so far.
Can I answer the question?
No, it's nonsense, absolute nonsense.
I'll say what it means. I'll tell you. Quebecers who buy oil from Alberta, it's got to go through the U.S. currently, which gives Donald Trump power over our own energy. You say you're in favor of sovereignty. I'm in favor of economic sovereignty and energy sovereignty, and that requires a pipeline.
It's yet another scarecrow. The U.S. will never bomb their economy so much by sacrificing a hugely profitable product. That's such an amazing argument. How much will your pipeline cost? Trans Mountain cost $40 billion, but now you want a 4,600-kilometer pipeline without investors, with Europe that doesn't even want it in the first place.
Just to clarify, I would never subsidize pipelines. That's unnecessary. They're very profitable. The only reason why it's expensive now is because there are rules and legislation that prevent the construction of pipelines because of bureaucracy. We're going to get rid of red tape. We're going to open this up to
I'll ask my question again.
Protections, cutting environmental regulations.
If Indigenous nations, in spite of all your nice efforts, I'm talking about Mr. Carney and you who want a pipeline, if they refuse, what do you do?
Refuse? Are you saying across the board?
Yes, we've seen this.
Because
he can't say that. He doesn't get to impose his will.
Mr. Poilievre, if there are Indigenous nations or provinces that are against it, what do you do?
Well, there are others who will be in favor. For example, Mr. Carney opposed a pipeline in the West, which would have enabled us to sell our oil to Asia, the Northern Gateway project. 80% of First Nations were in favor, 20% were against. And in a case like that, I think the majority rules. And I think we need to allow our companies to pay some of their taxes directly to First Nations to fight poverty through industry
Mr.
and
Carney,
production. That's our approach.
would you be ready to impose one?
No, never impose. Can I respond, please? Never impose. No, but a couple of points. First of all, our relationship with the United States has changed everything. So imports from the United States and geography, as Mr. Poilievre has said, around pipelines, those are problems. Those are national security problems for us, and we need to act. That's the first point. Second, on March 21st, there was a meeting of the premiers. All the premiers were here in Ottawa, and we sat down and we agreed. All the premiers signed an agreement to have an energy corridor that would cover oil, natural gas, clean energy, and critical minerals. And with that, and with a process with Indigenous leaders, we can and we could have a solution to this problem. And that's an example of leadership. That's an example of bringing leaders together to meet a national goal. We need to do more than that over this crisis.
I'll ask the question again. If ever Indigenous nations
No, I've said no.
against
I've said
it,
no.
you forget the project?
Well, no.
You cannot force projects on people.
Listen, it's a question
I have
of...
another question about the environment. Here's the question. You have said that you are a pragmatic person. Do you agree that it is not pragmatic to continue to subsidize oil companies with billions of dollars? That's not pragmatic at all. Would you agree?
Well, I agree with that principle.
Okay, then will you commit to stopping these subsidies?
Absolutely. It's clear.
This is why you need New Democrats. Look at that. We got a commitment from Mr. Carney.
New. It's not a new commitment.
This is why you need New
That's
Democrats.
Not a new commitment. Let's be very clear.
Mid-February, British Columbia. You, like all other Canadian leaders, said something in English that was, if necessary, you would use the executive emergency powers. You said it. I heard it again yesterday. You would force pipelines through Canada and through Quebec.
No.
After 2 days after that, with Mr. Roy.
That's not it. That's not it at all.
No. Please be nice. We're almost friends. But then you said to Monsieur Roy, I would never like to force this. So it's not rules that stop this. It's social acceptability that stopped this pipeline because people said no.
Mr. Carney, please reply.
Okay, no. It's the use of emergency powers for the federal government. That's for federal approval. But there also has to be approval, for example, here in Quebec. There has to be approval from the provinces and the support of Indigenous people. This is Canada. That's how Canada works. But another point, if I may, We're starting to see cooperation agreements come into place with the provinces to have one project, one evaluation, and that's going to accelerate the approval of major projects in Canada.
Right, Mr. Blanchet, you said that I have a greater chance of signing the Canadian Constitution than approving a pipeline. But how could you really paint yourself in such a corner and say never, ever? If our relationship with the U.S. gets worse, the pipeline goes to the United States, if our ports become trickier in terms of imports, what would you do? What would
Mr.
you
Trump's
tie your hands?
threat is a very serious one. But he won't self-destruct the American economy. And Americans think that Canadian oil is in their backyard. There's no rule that stops oil from being built or circulating. But Quebecers didn't want it. And Mr. Carney said, I will like to respect Quebec's environmental rules. So there are certain elements that are incoherent from him.
Never.
It's still no, because Quebec is the best placed in the world to develop a green super energy market that goes right to the south without asking Ottawa's permission. Why would we invest in oil that doesn't have economic benefits for Quebec if it means that we still pay more at the pump?
Two quick comments. You are slightly behind. In terms of the tramway and the third link, we're talking about the environment and public transit as well. So the third link, would you fund this or the tramway? One or the other, or both?
Yes, for the Quebec City Tramway, we support public transit. We are against projects that are bad for the environment.
So you're against the third link?
Exactly. We are against the third link. We support the tramway. One solution to address the climate crisis, while at the same time helping our economy, is to invest heavily in public transit. This would help municipalities, this would help provinces. We could work together with them and use transfers to provide more funding for these projects. And they're the sort of projects we need. They would create good jobs while at the same time helping Canada reduce emissions.
Mr. Poilievre, tramway or a third link, both, or just the third link?
Just the third link. You have to make choices. And I would speak to people in the regions today. The other parties are against the third link, and they want to ban gas-powered cars. That's not practical in the regions of our country. You need a truck, you need a car in order to live in regional areas. So I'm going to reverse that. You'll be able to keep your truck. We will build highways and bridges so that you can live a good life in the
Mr.
regions.
Blanchet, both projects?
The Quebec government wants the tramway. The city of Quebec City, rather, wants the tramway. The federal government needs to give the money required to the provincial government for the tramway. We don't know what a third link looks like. We don't know where it's going to go, under, over. We don't know what color it's going to be.
You are supposed to give your opinion on that for the past three debates.
Please remind me of my past.
Mr. Carney?
Well, I can be quick. Tramway, yes, because there is a project that's underway. We support it. And as Mr. Blanchet has said, there is no project right now for the third link.
But I think the third link will be a blue one.
It'll be blue? Right.
I don't have a lot of time left, but I'll add one more question. Do we have to speed up the development of nuclear power?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And for a couple of reasons.
Across Quebec, in Ontario?
Well, yeah. It's a choice that Quebec and the provinces will make. But we have a major advantage here in Canada. We have uranium. We have big nuclear companies, including Westinghouse, Candu, and others, and we have technology in small modular reactors. So it's a great opportunity.
I understand there are worlds in the countries in the world that need nuclear energy. I don't think Canada needs nuclear energy. Quebec doesn't want it. I'm not going to interfere in Canadian energy.
Well,
but
they could be reviewed.
No, Quebecers don't want nuclear energy. I'm also the one that managed the closure of the Gentilly plant.
But we're not going to reopen it.
As a national project. I am in favor of an east-west energy grid that would connect Quebec with Manitoba and BC to transport clean energy. It could. I'm not so much in favor of nuclear energy. I support renewable and hydro energy more.
In favor. Yep. That's one of the best sources of electricity. It provides 60% of the electricity in Ontario. Unfortunately, bureaucracy slows down construction without adding any safety. So I would take the politicians off the Nuclear Safety Commission and allow scientists to do the work so that we can add that source of energy to the portfolio.
This is the first time I've heard Mr. Poilievre say something pro-science.
Immigration. Next theme, immigration and foreign affairs.
There are lots of issues with immigration that are linked to Donald Trump. It's hard to immigrate these days. I'd like to stay if I can find a good job. We have to deal with people who are arriving in droves because people are arriving and they don't have work. Should we let them in or not? Why not? Why not welcome them if we have the capacity? Do you think we should let in anyone who wants to come? In the United States, there's one rule. In Canada, there's another. I think everyone should follow the rule. We know there are over 500,000 Haitians currently living in the United States who are now being threatened with deportation. They might lose their temporary protection. I'll show you the numbers here. This is the number of people crossing the border in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle. 1,411 people in the first half of April. That's more than in March, February, or January. So you can see the numbers are growing. Simple question. You have 35 seconds each. Would you accept these Haitians into Canada or not? Mr. Carney.
Well, first of all, this is a question of humanity. This is a human issue. And these are some of the most vulnerable people in North America. But there are limits. We have to be human, but we have to be realistic. Canada cannot accept everyone. And we have an agreement with the Americans, the Safe Third Country Agreement. And under that agreement, we will send back most asylum seekers.
So they would be mostly sent back to the U.S. Mr. Blanchet.
The rules aren't tributary to the origin of the requester. We can't say we'll welcome the Haitians, but tough luck to the Venezuelans. The rules need to be the same for everyone. I'm particularly sensitive to this because I often meet with Haitian representatives. They are francophones, and so it's easier for them to integrate into Quebec. If Quebec is able financially to welcome them, then I'm sympathetic. But the rules have to be applied, and Quebec's welcoming capacity is at its very limit.
The formal rule now would be to send them back because they are in a safe third country, i.e. the U.S. Mr. Singh.
In general, we should do our part. It's a question of humanity and compassion. We appreciate the fact that our country is founded on immigration. That is something important to us. We want immigration levels that are in line with our needs. But yes, we need to take in people, but if we cannot accept people, well, we don't want them to have a bad life here in Canada or in Quebec. So we need immigration, but we cannot take everyone.
Yes or no?
The specific question?
The question is,
do we accept those people?
For the people crossing the border at La Colle, would they be welcome to Canada or not? Because we have the right to send them back under the Safe Third Country Agreement.
Unfortunately, they have to be returned because immigration has to follow the normal entry points. Quebecers are extremely generous and welcoming. They welcomed my wife, as Mr. Blanchet mentioned, but the Liberal government has abused Quebecers' generosity with an out-of-control immigration system. the population has grown 3 times faster than the number of new homes built. This has created a housing crisis in Quebec. They're at the breaking point, and the government of Quebec has been given the power to choose immigrants. That was under the Mulroney government that power was delegated to Quebec. So we need to have realistic numbers, realistic based on our housing capacity.
Here. What Mr. Poilievre is saying is that immigrants should be blamed for something that is really the fault of successive conservative and liberal governments who have not invested enough in our resources, who have not built enough housing, who have not welcomed people in the way that they should have been welcomed. This cannot be blamed on immigrants.
All right.
That's not true.
Quebec is now asking, given the number of asylum seekers in its territory, for $500 million. That was the amount they asked for in 2024. Mr. Poilievre, you'll be starting this open debate. Would you be sending a $500 million check to Quebec?
We have to work with the government of Quebec to fix the damage the Liberals caused with an out-of-control immigration system. And I also have to say that I reject the Century Initiative, which is a Liberal policy to balloon Canada's population to 100 million people. That's extreme. I think we should go back to immigration levels that are such that the population never grows faster than the number of houses, jobs, or healthcare services available.
Would you give more money to Quebec? And more generally, where would you like to have the immigration quota set?
Yes, we'll start with the second part. We need to have a cap on all types of immigration for a certain amount of time so that we can increase our capacity to welcome newcomers to Canada, including in housing, in training and language training here in Quebec, and make sure that the social safety net can accept them. And in those circumstances...
the targets announced by your predecessor, Mr. Trudeau, you would bring them down further, is that correct?
Well, there are some challenges here in Quebec, for example. Challenges with temporary foreign workers, for example. And it's a question of distribution, if I can say it that way. The distribution of workers across Quebec. And there's a shortage of workers. But we will maintain the cap on immigration for certainly a couple of years so that we can increase our ability to welcome newcomers.
Would you reduce the number of immigrants to Canada in general?
Instead of answering with a simple yes or no, I would want to base our response on the facts. It is obvious that we need immigration. When I speak to Quebec farmers, they tell me, yes, we need immigrants to work on our farms. When I talk to small and medium businesses, they tell me that we need immigrants. The question is, what level of immigration? We would base our immigration levels on the findings of an expert panel, which would study our capacities. Then we would have a data-based number. But I do not want to fall into the trap of fear-mongering or blaming immigrants for things. We need a facts-based, needs-based approach.
Temporary foreign workers are temporary. They're a different category. Foreign students are a separate category, and they are essential for our post-secondary establishments in Quebec and in Canada. Unfortunately, it's being used as a roundabout way to get asylum, and asylum is also taken advantage of through smuggling and organized crime. We don't want to import vulnerable workers because we simply need people. Asylum seekers should be people who are in distress that we need to welcome based on our welcoming capacity. We are not currently in Quebec able to welcome as many people that are arriving. Quebec needs to be able to establish what its targets are. And one clear element, the federal parliament, with a Bloc Québécois initiative, decided to force the federal government to consult provinces within 100 days to determine how many immigrants would be welcomed. No one can decide, apart from Quebec, how much Quebec can accept and welcome.
Another rare moment where I agree with Mr. Blanchette. Temporary foreign workers are often victims of power abuses. We would restrict the use of workers who are exploited by major corporations.
The Centre Initiative was 100 million immigrants in Canada before the end of the century. Dominic Barton, a parliamentary committee, said that they did not take into account the uniqueness of Quebec, and one of the two co-authors of the Centre Initiative and 100 million people is now one of Mr. Carney's close advisors.
Mr. Carney, on a different subject now, would you say that the immigration system in Canada is going off the rails, or has gone off the rails in the last 7 or 8 years?
Yes. The system isn't working. And especially after the pandemic. Our population has gone up, I think, at about 3% per year because of immigration. And that's why we need to have a cap for a certain period of time. And I'd like to say that Canadians, Quebecers, and all Canadians, they want to welcome immigrants. There's no problem with Canadians' attitudes here at all. It's the responsibility of all of us to increase our capacity to welcome newcomers.
Is it normal? Now, in France, it takes 6 months. In Germany, 8 months. So, why do asylum seekers coming to Canada take at least 3 years to be processed?
Because Canada is obstinate in welcoming more people than they can process, house, and they're not taking into account the proportionality of every province and territory.
I spoke with federal public servants, and they told me that there is a lack of resources. There aren't enough workers to manage all the files that are coming in. It's unthinkable that people have to wait 3 years for an answer.
But is that not the big problem?
It's a huge problem. So we need to have more people working on this. People who can make decisions, or at the very least provide an answer, because it is entirely unacceptable that we have people waiting so long.
Mr. Poilievre, is this problem solvable?
Yes. Look, it's all about efficiency. By screening out bogus asylum seekers, that's what's slowing things down. We could reduce processing times by getting rid of the bogus claimants. And when people are forum shopping, when they've been to other places, that also slows things down and discourages genuine claimants. My point of view is that if someone's in danger in their country of origin, they should be able to decide to come to Canada. But if they're not refugees, for example, we've seen a situation in Mexico where people came here without ever needing to be refugees. They never needed asylum, and that causes a bottleneck in the system. And so what we're going to do is ensure that genuine refugees can come here and have their lives saved through the generosity of Canadians.
But how do you separate the real ones from the non-real ones?
Well, that's the problem. The machine, the apparatus is too cumbersome. And Mexico was one of the causes in the problem. So by eliminating that source, that helps alleviate the problem.
Is that an acceptable wait time in Canada?
No, it's not acceptable. It's inhumane. It's inhumane for asylum seekers. And that's an indication that there is a problem with productivity in that department. That takes resources, but it's also a question of productivity.
Why not hitting the brake pedal with kindness, of course. Why not slow things down until we have a good system and a good public service for immigration that can deal with files in a few months? The rhythm is far too quick, and so we can't succeed at this rate. People, for economic reasons or who are in distress for other reasons, come to Canada, and they're lost because their files aren't being processed.
You can conclude, Mr. Carney.
I more or less agree with that, but we need to be, as you've said, we need to be neutral. We need to act in a neutral and fair way.
All right.
A fair way for
I want to save some time to talk about two other important files: international aid, Ukraine, and Gaza. I think we've understood your position on immigration. The question is simple. Should we cut international aid or not? I'll give you some figures here. $2.1 billion is being given to Ukraine currently. That's a large amount of money for Canada. Ethiopia also, Haiti. There's a long list of other countries that we could have put up on the board. Mr. Poilievre, you've said that we need to cut international aid. What would you cut? Ukraine, Ethiopia, Haiti?
No. I would start by cutting off China. The Liberal government gave $250 million to the Chinese Infrastructure Bank in order to build pipelines, highways, and other infrastructure to promote the expansion of Beijing's empire. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer money. Also, we saw UNRWA, the organization in the Gaza Strip that took part, or whose employees took part in the attacks of September 7th. So I don't think we should be funding that type of activity either. The aid we give should be directly to people in need and not through bureaucracies, multinational bureaucracies and
Let's
terrorists.
talk about Gaza. Currently, Doctors Without Borders, just today, said that the situation was worse than ever. So if you cut UNRWA, which might be an imperfect organization, but if you cut aid to them, how can Canada help Palestinians?
With not-for-profit groups, NGOs that will deliver the services directly to Gazans.
The only group
on the ground.
I'd like to
because it's a waste of money. When that money that's not even getting to the people.
I will start by saying if there's anyone in an organization with a problem, then yes, that should be investigated. But what you said about UNRWA was disgusting. This is the only organization that is helping out people on the ground. And you painted the entire organization with the same brush, calling it a terrorist organization. That is unacceptable. That is hateful, and it is entirely inappropriate.
Mr. Carney, on this subject of Palestinians and international aid, would you continue to fund UNRWA?
Yes. We are in a situation where we need to have an immediate ceasefire. We need to have all the hostages returned, and we need to resume humanitarian aid to Gaza. And at this time, we have $100 million from the Government of Canada that is ready to be provided in humanitarian aid to Gaza with organizations that are working there. And that's key. And I agree with Mr. Singh. There are only a couple of groups that are working in Gaza right now.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's a very unique situation. In Canada and in Quebec, the Jewish community is victims of radical Islamists. Palestinians are currently victims of terrible violence from the Israeli regime. We have to help people in distress. There and elsewhere, it's the best way to have international aid that is not military. We need to allow people to live happily where they live. And Palestine will not become Mar-a-Lago for Americans that just want to chill on the coast. We have to see where the money goes. We have to see how much money is taken by Hamas is maybe less now, but it was huge in the past. A lot of money was taken from the Palestinians. We have to help Palestinians at the end of the day.
International aid. So the three of you on this side would continue. Mr. Poilievre, do you have an amount in your mind of how much you would cut in international aid?
We're going to target waste. In all programs, we will audit to identify examples like UNRWA when they used funds for Hamas. We're also going to find other examples of international waste because, the decision is to protect Canadian taxpayers. We all agree that there's a lot of suffering here in Canada, and Canadians can't afford to pay their bills. So we need to find some savings in order to reduce the cost of living here in Canada.
Mr. Roy, I would like to come back to...
And we need to look at all departments in order to find those savings and protect affordability
to the question of Gaza.
Mr. Singh, I'm sorry, everyone's had their piece to say.
The situation is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see innocent people being killed. Mr. Carney, why don't you call things as they are? This is a genocide. People in Israel do deserve peace and security, but people in Palestine do as well. What is going on right now is a genocide against people in Palestine. Why won't you admit it?
The situation in Gaza, in the Middle East, is horrible. But
it's a genocide.
But I never use that word in a political way to politicize the situation.
All right.
But it's a matter of facts.
That was Mr. Carney's response. I think we've understood your question, Mr. Singh. Now, we'll be moving on to the next theme, identity and sovereignty.
It would be good to put flags out on our balconies to show our Canadian pride. I was surprised to see how proud people were. We're Canadian. We will not be Americans. I think we're going to be more united. I think I haven't seen this in a long time. So, yes, we've all seen this across Canada. All commentators have seen this. There is a wave of patriotism in Canada, but we've also seen deep divisions. In the West, Alberta says it may separate. We've given 6 months to the next Prime Minister to meet its requests. Otherwise, there could be a crisis of national unity that is unprecedented. In Quebec, the Parti Québécois is nearing power and is promising a referendum during your term, possibly. At the end of the day, are we not as divided or as the U.S. or very divided? We'll go around the table. Mr. Poilievre first.
Unfortunately, yes, there are divisions all across Canada, all kinds of divisions. And I think that we've had a federal government that has divided everyone, pitting regions against one another and various groups against one another. Social classes pitted against one another. We need to unite Canadians. We need to unite around our common identity. That includes the French language, our English language, our military, the promise of Canada that anyone who works hard can have a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street.
Thank you. Mr. Singh? Is there not division in Canada?
When I travel throughout the country, I observe great unity, great solidarity. Canadians want to defend our country. They do not want to become the 51st state. They want to protect what is dear to our hearts. When I talk to people about identity, people tell me our identity is taking care of one another. We have programs for that. For example, our healthcare system. We need to protect these systems and strengthen them, not cut them or sacrifice them. Now is the time to bring people together.
Thank you.
To get things done with our solidarity.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchet.
I think that people confuse certain things. Some people think that all Canadians should follow one single line behind the federal government, and so we only have one economy. Mr. Trump's fear, or rather the threat of Mr. Trump, has to be taken seriously, but instrumentalizing it for nation building in Canada, where Quebecers are being asked to be attached to their language as a frivolity, I can't agree with that.
Thank you. We'll go back.
Quebec's uniqueness is also economic, and we have to be on the same level
Is there
playing
a
field.
division in Canada?
Well, there's always a risk. But I think that right now, Canadians are uniting, and they want to unite. Canadians want a positive agenda. There is solidarity here. Healthcare is a right here in Canada. It's not a big business like in the United States. We put a value on diversity here. And we also put importance on judicial independence. And, you know, the potential of Canada is enormous because we're all in this together.
Thank you. So open debate. Mr. Blanchet, how can we think that Quebec, if it's on its own and independent, could be stronger to stand up to Trump and in comparison with all of Canada right now?
Does Canada need to be a province of Mexico to be allied to Mexico against the States? We're not in that debate this week, but Quebec does not need to be a Canadian province to talk of its own voice. Our economy is doing fairly well, but our economy is different to that of Canada's, and the announcements that have been made have helped Ontario Steel, Ontario Banking, the Ontario automotive industry to fund
aluminum.
Western oil. That is what those were the investments made. The counter tariffs on aluminium are very harmful because people have to pay for the aluminium they sent to be processed in the States. There's then re-imported into Canada. $2 billion to the States in countervailing tariffs. For that, nothing happened. But now, $2 billion has simply been signed by Mr. Carney for the automotive industry. He sees himself as a negotiator, but he hasn't even been re-elected yet. Should Quebecers not make sure that they have a strong voice that collaborates? I've already said that we would work with Canada, but I've asked to speak to Mr. Carney, but he's never called me. He's never wanted to talk to me. I want Quebec to be at the negotiating table for a stronger negotiating position with Canada.
Is there also not a risk, like was the case with the automotive industry in Ontario, to this? Because this could happen to the detriment of saving other industries in our country. If we put all our eggs in the automotive basket.
No, not at all. For example, our counter tariffs for the aluminum sector and steel, no, they're not bad. They're not bad at all.
We import aluminium cans from the States that comes from our
that's
mined
not
aluminium
right at all. If I may, the counter tariffs for the aluminum sector are $30 billion. The counter tariffs, or $30 billion rather, the counter tariffs for the automotive sector, that's $8 billion. That's a huge difference because, you know, there are a number of reasons for this. But our counter tariffs, it's not just for Quebec, it's for the workers there, are much higher.
I don't know where that money came from, and I don't know when the industry will get that money.
We are using the counter tariffs.
What was it, $2 billion for automotive? Immediately for them, because we're shaking in our boots when the automotive industry is at risk. But aluminium was not supported. There's no processing capacity. There's no help for temporary work losses. $2 billion for the automotive industry, but nothing for aluminium. When it's Ontario, the checks come flying, but it has to be the same for other places,
right,
especially Quebec.
That's the numbers. Your numbers are wrong.
Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah, but he's got a point when he says that the weakness in our country right now threatens our unity your Liberal government for 10 years has the worst track record on immigration, on housing, on inflation, on crime. But doesn't it embarrass you to ask Canadians for a fourth term of office after the worst Liberal record?
I've just become leader. And
same members of parliament, it's the same old promises.
Leader. And I've been Prime Minister for 1 month. And in that month, we have an agreement with the provinces. We have an agreement with Australia. We have an agreement with France. We have an agreement with the United Kingdom. We have set up negotiations for the next Prime Minister, and that's a decision that people at home are going to make. And we've done all of that in this short time. And we've also cut the tax. We've put in place programs for workers who are most affected by this tariff war, and all that in 1 month.
Okay.
Quebec sent a letter with 5 requests. No one responded to it. We made requests, but we keep hearing, oh, we've spoken to provinces, things are great with Quebec, but we didn't get any response to our letter. Is it because of the final straight of the election campaign? What's going on?
Mr. Carney, you described healthcare as a right, and I agree with that. But you are talking about massive cuts to healthcare. You
Not at all.
admitted it.
Mr. Singh, I let you speak earlier.
The long-time
Singh,
Liberal government House
1,
Leader, Karina Gold,
2,
agreed that there
3.
would be
Mr.
cuts.
Singh, cut his mic. I let you speak more earlier, but now we're nearing the end. We're talking about Quebec and French. Does Quebec have the right to defend French, even at the cost of using the notwithstanding clause upstream? Mr. Poilievre.
Yes. Quebec must defend French. It's the common language of Quebec, and I will defend French. My father was a francophone from Saskatchewan. I lost my French a little bit when I was a teenager, but I married a Quebecer. Our children speak French, and I understand why French needs to be protected. And that is why I will continue to support laws and policies that allow Quebec and the federal government to protect French all across Canada.
Using the notwithstanding clause to protect something. You're against that, Mr. Carney?
Well, there is a general question here around the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way. And it's not necessarily a question just for Quebec. It's been used in Quebec, but it could also apply in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. And it has. And so the question is, do we have rights and freedoms here in Canada? Are we equal? And we need to consider the right balance. Certainly, but the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way, that's a question for the Supreme Court.
Mr. Blanchet, in terms of the use of the notwithstanding clause, obviously you have no problem with that.
Jean Chrétien, on behalf of Pierre Trudeau, negotiated with the provinces, and it led to the notwithstanding clause, and this wasn't signed on by Quebec. It was tested. It's not the type of use that is in question, it's how it is used. The Supreme Court has already decided. Mr. Carney wants to turn to the Supreme Court to disagree with itself in the decision it made with Quebec.
There are
It's all funded with Quebec money.
Interveners from Quebec who have challenged this to the Supreme Court.
You are going to take Quebec taxpayer money to contest a Quebec bill that is under Quebec jurisdiction. That was adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec.
Mr. Singh, on this notwithstanding clause for French.
I believe in protecting the French language. During this debate, I have tried to bring up health a few times. Mr. Roy cut me off a number of times. Look at my time on the clock. Every time I tried to bring up healthcare, I was responding directly to something that Mr. Carney said, because health is something that is important for me. It is about identity. It's something I am very passionate about, and every time I tried to bring it up, Mr. Roy called me out and cut me off. That is not fair. For me, the question of healthcare is crucial. When I talk to people on the street and ask them what is important to them, they say universal public healthcare. People ought to know that the other leaders on this stage tonight would cut healthcare funding. And I think that's wrong.
No.
Not now, Mr. Blanchet.
No, neither
The two
Mr.
major leaders
Blanchet
have
nor
both
I have said
this,
that.
and I need to tell people because it's important. This is what I believe in. This is what I believe in and what the
No,
NDP
but
believes in.
That's not right to make allegations
Okay,
like that.
we talked about health earlier. I let you speak, but now we're moving on to another topic.
Yes, but now we need to bring it up in the context of
Okay.
identity. What is Canadian identity? Healthcare. We have to bring it up in this part of the debate. Canadian identity is about taking care of one another. We need our universal public healthcare system. It should be strengthened. It should be protected. We are in the midst of a healthcare crisis. It's supposed to be an open debate, so we should be able to talk about whatever topic comes up.
There isn't a lot of risk when it comes to the health of a language in
Let's
Quebec.
talk about language.
There's
Outside
healthcare
of
issues in Quebec as well, and I am here to protect the healthcare system for everyone, including Quebecers.
Outside of Quebec, Mr. Singh and others, the weighting of francophones has gone from 6% in 71 to 3.5% in 2021. How will you reverse this trend? People are listening to you across Canada.
Well, first of all, we are going to increase the level of Francophone immigrants outside of Quebec. We'll increase that from 10 to 12%. Second, we will strengthen Radio-Canada and CBC with new governance structure and new money. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut that. We are going to strengthen the telefilm industry and the Canadian Council for the Arts so that we can increase training.
All right, Mr. Poilievre.
First of all, the Conservative Party supported the federal legislation to ensure that federally regulated workplaces in Quebec follow Bill 101. We also will increase funding to allow young people to take part in French immersion for Anglophones coming from outside Quebec, and that will enrich the French language. And third, we'll make sure Quebec has more control over immigrant selection so that they can better choose those who can be franchised and integrated into the labor market and Quebec culture. That's what we want to do to protect the French language.
Mr. Poilievre, of course, your position on Radio-Canada and the CBC has created a lot of concerns. You've continued to say that you would protect Radio-Canada because it provides a service to Francophone minorities across the country, but you would abolish the CBC. How is such a thing possible?
Well, it is possible. We have news networks.
But they share the same buildings. You understand how difficult it would be.
I do understand the situation. I will protect Radio-Canada's services because there's already other French language news services. TVA is an example. So it is possible to have news service that's focused on French news services, and the CBC can just operate with its own revenues as an NGO,
And what would the
as a non-governmental organization. The principle is that the government should simply do what the market cannot do, and the market would never be able to provide exclusive French services to Francophones all across Canada. So there is a role for the government to play in defending French news services. When I was a young person in Calgary, that was the only way for me to get news in French. So I would protect those services because there's a good reason to do that.
Let me translate that. Mr. Poilievre wants to get rid of Radio-Canada and
No, that's not
CBC. And then he would write a check to other companies so that they can provide French language services. That's the wrong thing to do. We would protect Radio-Canada and CBC, especially in the context of a misinformation which is undermining our democracy. I am not a francophone, but I am a francophile. I love the French language. I have fallen in love with it. It enriches our country. Having Quebec benefits all of Canada. The forward-thinking ideas that have come out of Quebec, we need Quebec. We need the French language, and we will protect them.
For the first time since 2011, there are no women here as leaders. I met with a young woman. This is a very short clip. I met with her earlier this week. Do you have a question for the leaders, something you're concerned about? In Canada, the status of women. Yeah, the status of women. You're worried about things moving backward? Yes, that there could be a rollback of women's rights by some parties. That concerns me. My question, would you commit to making sure that there are no women's rights that are rolled back? And, for example, would you push for having free contraception, as is already the case in some provinces? Is that something that you would commit to, starting with Mr. Poliev?
We will not eliminate that. We will protect women's rights. I have a message for Canadian women who are watching. We will not pass legislation that would restrict the right to abortion. That's been our policy for 20 years, and it won't change. That's a guarantee that I make to you. We will, in fact, broaden women's rights by dealing with crime against women. Women are often victims of assaulters who are released because of liberal legislation. They're released repeatedly, and that allows serious criminals to repeat offend against women. And we are going to lock those people up. We're going to lock those men up to protect women against violence.
Of course, our party believes in women's rights. We would never allow for any backsliding on that front. You brought up pharmacare. Well, it was the NDP that forced the Liberal government to bring in pharmacare. It covers now diabetes medication, but also contraceptives, and we believe that is crucial. Rights are important, but being able to access the rights is also important. We are also the only party running a candidate slate that is half women. The other parties have seen backsliding on their candidate slates in terms of diverse people and women. But for us, it's an important issue. Our candidate slate must represent the Canadian public, and that means it should be half women. For us, we will always defend women's rights and also access to those rights.
There is no member of the Bloc Québécois that will be able to table a bill or motions that are against abortion. Preventive made will also not be allowed. With American influence, we are in a very difficult place for women. There are many ways that invite women to participate in politics. We have reached parity with the Bloc Québécois. We wanted it to be 50-50, but in our current political culture, and I have many great women in my party, it's much more difficult at the federal level than in Quebec.
Yes, I think that this an aspect of politics right now, the negative politics that we're seeing, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit women as candidates, and really any candidate. But absolutely, we defend the rights of women all the time. But what I'm concerned about is the use of the notwithstanding clause. Not in a preventative way, but after Supreme Court judgments have been made. What does that do? It takes away Canadians' rights and freedoms. And it creates, and Mr. Poliev has proposed this I know the situation, but this is a very dangerous development, because if we start with that, abortion could be,
give the right to reply.
The right to abortion could eventually be next.
Mr. Poliev, you can answer.
Mr. Carney, I said in a case where a man kills 6 people in a premeditated way and the court released that person, that means he served 4 years for each life he took. The criminal in that case will be free in 50 years. You're talking about danger. That's what's dangerous. Liberal laws that allow criminals to circulate on our streets. I will never excuse for locking murderers up.
No, I'm sorry, but you're trying to change the Canadian Constitution.
All right, gentlemen.
That's what you've proposed.
I would use Section 33 to put an end to the crime that Liberals caused with their policies.
Where will you stop?
By stopping murderers, yes.
Everyone knows that there should be severe penalties for murder. You're trying to sow division here. Everyone agrees on that front. If someone kills someone, there needs to be a strong punishment. You're not special for proposing that.
No, the other 3
Everyone
parties.
agrees.
All right, Mr. Blanchet. Very quickly, please.
Mr. Carney said that I voted for the new Official Languages Act bill. The money comes from the previous bill, and the official language minority community money comes from the bill. I was asked to bring changes. We brought the changes. We voted for, but we didn't want it to apply to Quebec because it harms Quebec.
Gentlemen, you know, things didn't turn out perfectly, but Mr. Singh, you say you got 22 minutes compared to 24, 25. Roughly equitable. I'm sorry that I did have to cut off your mic, but I'd like to wish all 4 of you good luck with the rest of the campaign, and I hope that we'll see your costed plans as soon as possible so that we can see how much all of your promises will cost. And I hope that everyone listening tonight will be able to make an informed decision now. Voting starts this weekend.
And the game.
And the match? I don't know. There's still a couple periods left. All right. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this debate. See you next time. Good night.
What if governments are trying to reinvent the wheel when the greatest teacher of all times has already laid out the perfect blueprint for a constitution for a kingdom of love, faith, and freedom? Introducing the Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport. This special edition Freedom Passport captures the foundational truths of love, ethics, and freedom for all. It's a powerful reminder of Jesus' call to love one another and to be part of something bigger that you can carry with you every day. Join the movement, share the truth, and spread the love with your family and friends. Get your Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport at freedompassport.ca. And right now, all orders in North America come with free shipping and a free downloadable song with every purchase.
Why should you join Canada's National Firearms Association? We currently have one of the most aggressively anti-firearm governments in our nation's history, promoting fear and placing blame like never before. Our rights, freedoms, culture, and heritage, it's all on the line. But we are fighting back, and there is strength in numbers. We work within the law to change the law, to defend competitors, hunters, collectors, and other law-abiding firearms owners. We can get through this. We've done it before, and we'll do it again, if you are with us. Canada's National Firearms Association. Freedom, safety, responsibility.
Hey, do you remember how the media party talked about our Canadian flag during the Freedom Convoy of the truckers? They hated it. They hated them singing our anthem. These are the same people who stripped John A. Macdonald off the $10 bill. But now that Mark Carney is campaigning against Trump's tariffs, suddenly Canadian patriotism is cool again? I mean, look at this.
Everyone sees the main threat as the Trump tariffs. And Donald Trump, as we know, has put, as the Prime Minister just said, unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses. And we cannot let him succeed. Because when we are united, we are Canada strong.
Funny how that works, but I didn't need tariffs or approval from politicians to stand with Canada. I've been a flag-waving patriot for a while, including when the truckers went to Ottawa. Still am now. That's why we just launched a new merch line called I Didn't Need Tariffs to Start Loving Canada. I like this one with the trucker protest imagery. It reminds me that these now proud, woke liberal Canadians that, well, they're a bit late to the party, and I don't believe them, by the way. Get yours now at rebelnewsstore.com.
Let's face it, Canada's economy isn't heading in the right direction. Inflation's eating away your savings, and government debt is out of control. No politician is going to fix that overnight. Gold and silver inside your RRSP. It's a time-tested way to protect your retirement and take back control of your wealth. Call 1-877-8-SILVER or visit guildhallwealth.com/rebel to request your free investor kit. And hey, make sure to mention Rebel News.
Oh, hi, it's Ezra Levant here in Toronto with an important message because we need your help. Independent journalism in Canada is under attack. Government censors, big tech deplatformers, and the dying legacy media are all working together to maintain exclusive control on the information you receive. They don't want you to hear other voices like ours, and they really don't want you to be informed and to think for yourself. That's why the work we do here at Rebel News is so important. Our on-the-ground reporting, independent news shows, and special content you won't find anywhere else. It's all designed to give you trustworthy information and alternative viewpoints so you can decide for yourself. We don't get government money, and we are not owned by some big global conglomerate. We're funded by people just like you, so please support independent journalism and help us continue our work by subscribing and becoming a Rebel News Plus member today, right here on the page. Go to rebelnewsplus.com. Members get instant access to all of our shows, invitations to exclusive events, and access to our premium content like live event footage and documentaries you won't see anywhere else. Only Rebel News Plus members can join the conversation by participating in the comments section of our new website. That way you can have your say too. More than anything, though, you'll be able to take pride in supporting real, honest journalism, and you'll help our talented team continue to do the work to push back on the establishment. We really can use your help. We need it, in fact. So thank you, and enjoy Rebel News Plus.
Well, they covered a lot of topics there, but I was laughing at so much of that, especially that was such a silly topic to end on about protecting women.
Well, I'm so happy you brought that up first, Tamara. I've been literally vibrating watching these four men on a stage. Okay, all of them. Oh, we love women. Oh, we're team women. Oh, we want women to do well. Oh, we're out trying to outcompete the other parties about who can have more women without acknowledging. Okay, they love abortion. This is what we know of these four men. They love abortion. More abortion. Abortion is great. Abortion train. Everybody gets an abortion. And the thing that they did not acknowledge, okay, is that men can become women in Canada now. And how are they going to defend women against that encroachment on our rights? I am so happy you brought it up. Thank you so much for letting me rat Canada. I just could not believe it. That was such a perfect opportunity for one of them, for sure.
Yes.
To be able to say, this is something that's got to weigh on us. We understand that women are suffering, that women are in prisons with rapists. We know that women are in shelters with men that identify as women. We know that men are accessing women's services, and they did not take that opportunity. I could not be more disappointed in this moment, truly. Truly,
Exactly.
it's heartbreaking.
a perfect time to address the literal elephant in the room when you want to talk about protecting women. What about protecting women's sports, women's safe spaces, our bathrooms, and our change rooms? If we want to protect women, let's start
100%.
there.
And not to mention all of the little girls that are being subjected to this encroachment and abuse by this entire movement in the background. Not one of them stood up for us, Canada. That is telling.
The fact that they derailed that whole conversation and made it almost exclusively about abortion rights, as though, that's somehow protecting women and not also simultaneously protecting her potential female unborn child, which would also grow up to be a woman, is absurd to me.
Yes. I do hope that somebody in that press room asks them tonight if they support sex-selective abortion if the fetus is female.
Well,
let them defend that.
If Canada, under a Mark Carney Liberal government, will go in the direction of pledging allegiance more to China than anyone else, then perhaps that's the trajectory we just may be on here in this country.
So Mark Carney said a couple things, though, that may have blown his chances. He did, he basically told Quebec that they have to play along with the rest of Canada. When Yves Blanchette asked him, whether he was going to defend Canada's sovereignty, he basically said, no, we all have to get along. We all have to find a way. But he did not defend Quebec's sovereignty. So that's going to come back to bite him. He did say a bunch of other things that were crazy, and I don't think that are going to play well. But who do you think, I got to ask you, Tamara, who do you think the winner of that debate was? Like, if you had to.
Well, based on just the time codes alone, I would say Pierre Poilievre got, obviously, the stats spoke for themselves. He got the most time in. And I would say, maybe my personal bias is showing, but arguably him. Although there was a lot of missed opportunity to take a hard, firm stance on a lot of things, especially protecting women, the defunding of the CBC, which was a strong point for Pierre just a few months ago that he's now kind of softened his stance on. And so, unfortunately, I don't think a lot of true blue conservatives saw that hard stance being taken by Pierre Poilievre. And here in Canada, I think that we're really craving that, right? Strong leadership, strong conviction, based in principles, based in merit, based on integrity. And I really don't get that vibe. I mean, especially obviously from the NDP, which I don't view Jagmeet Singh as a serious person or a serious party. The Quebec separatists are, well, they're just that. And so between Liberal and Conservative, it's pretty underwhelming every way that I view it. I do want to note that they're going into a scrum, a Q&A with journalists, and we have a few of them in the lineup. We got a photo from the behind the scenes. Looks like we have a couple journalists in line. Fourth in line looks like Sheila Gunn Reid, followed by Alexa Lavoie, Drea Humphrey, David Menzies. So looks like everybody is there. Oh, and Ezra's there at the back, holding down the line. So as soon as they start the Q&A, we'll pivot and go right into that and see what the Rebels' questions are, because I'm sure they're going to be spicy. I can't wait.
I am texting Sheila Gunn Reid while she waits in line.
I wish we could have a live stream there. Give us a little wave, Sheila.
Yeah. Oh, and just for the record, video photography is not allowed in the room. So there's a reason why we're not broadcasting like what our reporters are doing in that room. Only still photography is. So that's the reason why you're still stuck with us and not them. So sorry.
Yeah, there was a clear distinction in the rules when we were basically taking the Debates Commission to task in court, well, not in court, but with legal back and forth, that there was still photographers, not necessarily videographers. So obviously our videographers are trained and do both, and they're there to do both. So we have a 1 minute warning here, and then we'll go through the Q&A is expected to last, I don't know, roughly 40 minutes pending any technical difficulties. Then we'll run through, we have a ton of super chats to get to. We'll get to that. We'll run through maybe a little bit more of a debrief, what we heard tonight, because there was a lot. But I'm really excited for the English debates, obviously. Some of the translations were really strange and bizarre. One instance I noted in particular was when Pierre Poilievre was talking about the October 7th attack, and they said September. And so I'm like, that's a little discrepancy, but how many more were there, right? How accurate are the translations that we're getting in English, especially with like Mark Carney's French being a bit rough? I gather that maybe some of his speaking is hard to translate.
Yeah. I can't wait for Alexa to give us the rundown on, the report card on Carney's French, because make no mistake, that will be very, very important to Quebec voters.
Exactly. Here we go. Mark Carney's walking up to the podium.
Hello. Première question en français.
Oh, yeah, surprise. Here I am.
First question in France. Question. You are an economist, you're a banker, and tonight you were before in front of Canadians and Quebecers without a costed platform and without saying where in the budget you will make cuts. So do you think that voters know more now what you're proposing to them? Answer. As I said in the debate, we're going to announce our costed platform over the weekend, but we have already announced a majority of our programs with the numbers that go with them. So, and it's not a question of cutting, it's a question of making the government more productive, and we want to increase government productivity when it comes to operational expenditure. And we can have a discussion over the weekend, and we have about 10 days left in the campaign. Question. Well, I understand, but the debate is a good time to be speaking to a high number of Canadians compared to when you're making announcements. And now, tonight, you talk to us about $500 billion you are planning to invest in Canadian economy. Where does it come from? Answer. Well, it's a combination of investments from the Government of Canada, for instance, the Accelerator Fund in the housing area, or other initiatives and incentives in housing will lead to more investment from the private sector, and we will multiply the government investment by 10. So it's this approach that is necessary in this period of uncertainty at the global level and here in Canada as well. You have to have the courage in the political sense of the term. And as I always say, we are the masters of our own fate. And Mr. Poilievre has picked up on that and is saying the same thing. So we have the opportunity of building the strongest economy in the G7, and I have the plan to do that.
Hi, Mr. Carney, Key and Beck, Juno News. In your estimation, was Justin Trudeau a good prime minister?
Justin Trudeau and the previous administration made a number of contributions to this country. I suspect, since I have 10 minutes, I think, right, for the responses, I'm not going to enumerate them all. I'll make one point which I think is relevant on the way looking forward, which is, as I said the other night in an interview, he and I, we share the same values in terms of solidarity, taking care of one another. The emphasis on reconciliation, emphasis on equality of all Canadians, and building a better country for everyone else.
the difference, one of the differences, there are many, but one of the differences between the two of us goes to the question I was just asked, which is I put much more emphasis on the economy, on growing the economy. In fact, in this circumstance that we're in, given the scale of the crisis and what needs to be done, I would say a relentless focus on growing the economy to work for all Canadians.
Just to follow up, if I may, your entire campaign does seem to be predicated on putting you in the front and hiding the people that stood in lockstep with Justin Trudeau for the last 10 years. You're kind of hoping that Canadians won't connect the dots, that the people standing behind you in your caucus walked in lockstep with him. Regardless of what you say right now, Stephen Guilbeault made the carbon tax's life work. The man that moved Paul Bernardo from a maximum security prison is now your chief of staff. I'm wondering how you reconcile this and how you can trust their judgment when they thought those ideas were good ideas.
I'd say a couple of things to that rather odd question. First is that the candidates in this election for the Liberal Party, I mean, you go and see when I make an announcement. I don't think I've seen you at any of them, but next time you can come. And you will see a wide range of the candidates that are there presenting themselves. So, for example, with respect to our announcement on crime, we had Bill Blair, now the Minister of Defense, of course, formerly the Chief of Police and a long time in Toronto, and Natalie Provost, who is a new candidate. We're honored to have her, and someone who's dedicated their life to helping to end gun violence and violence against women. There is a very wide range of candidates that have come to the party with me. There's a lot of fresh blood. There's also a lot of experience that's there, and you need that combination of energy, new ideas, experience, and a fundamental passion for making this country better in order to serve at this crucial time. Thank you very much. Question en français.
Question.
Émilie Bergeron, La Presse canadienne. Vous avez dit durant le débat que vous voulez.
You said during the debate that you want to introduce a cap on immigration in all categories. Mr. Trudeau had already taken steps to reduce annual numbers in terms of immigration. Answer.
Students.
Well, my thinking is more in line in terms of keeping the levels where they are currently for a long period of time, and in the meantime, increasing our capacity of welcoming
if I may, the various
people.
Measures or levels of the different classes of immigration as roughly as they are today. So it's not, as the question was, a further reduction, but we probably are going to need them to keep them at those levels for longer until we have built up our capacity to welcome, which means housing, language formation, other factors.
Wow.
En suivi sur, vous avez dit que vous voulez une augmentation de la production.
You said that you wanted to increase oil production and that you're open to pipeline projects from west to east. Well, it can take years to build a pipeline. How are you going to present this as a way for Canada to be more independent than the US if it takes years to build? Answer. I mean, there are different aspects of this question. If our relationship with the U.S. there's an upheaval in that relationship, and it is the case, as you said, this reflects on the medium term. And secondly, in Canada, we have this option, and that will only strengthen our hand in the negotiations with the President of the U.S., and that is useful right now.
Can keep the answers and question very short, please.
Absolutely. Alex Zoltan with True North. If you thought my friend's question was odd, you're going to love this one.
I'm glad you self-assessed that. Okay.
How many genders are there?
There, in terms of sex, there are two. Thank you.
My follow-up question then, do you believe that women, biological women, have the right to their own spaces, their own sports, their own change rooms, their own prisons, their own homeless shelters?
I think this is Canada, and that as a general objective, yes. But we work in where we value all Canadians for who they are, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you very much.
What?
Thank you, merci.
Okay. What?
No. That's such a non-answer. What a weirdo.
Somebody needs to ask Pierre Poilievre that question.
Yeah.
And he needs to answer it. He needs to answer it appropriately.
Yep.
So
Let's
Mark
see,
Carney
is he
just
up
scooped.
next?
Mark Carney just scooped the how many
Couldn't handle the heat. He had to get out of the kitchen.
Well, he actually deviated from the actual question because he said genders. And if you listen to the left, they will tell you until they're blue in the face that gender and sex are different. So Mark Carney actually skirted around that question without actually answering it.
Yeah, he said in terms of sex, there are only two, but that just completely skirted the whole
that's
gender
right.
thing, which many people in the space just say, you know what, that's a non-issue. We'd only have sex. Where is gender? How does that differ from biological sex? And we do have to be a little bit careful because of YouTube's ridiculous community guidelines, keeping everybody safe from online harm.
Yeah.
I think, is it Pierre Poilievre up next? We don't know. I don't know if we have some of the background inside scoop coming up.
Well, we'll just keep talking about that last question because it is very fascinating. So
Absolutely.
he didn't actually commit to getting men out of women's prisons and shelters and spaces, and he did not do that, Canada. So take that for so many women in Canada, this is our voting issue. It is mine. Without question, it is mine. I don't want to raise my daughters in a world where they are going to be forced to fend off men that come into their intimate spaces and steal their funding and steal their scholarships and steal their sports accomplishments. This is my issue, and so to have that question addressed, I mean, it was awesome. It was an awesome question. I'm so happy he answered it or asked it. Excuse me, but I am absolutely not happy with that answer. This is a liberal deflection.
Yeah, and just so pointed, right? That is such a pointed, concise, precise question, easy answer, and Carney took it like a true liberal with a lot of
And,
well,
if you mean that other thing,
he might have been a little bit confused, like, you're in a Canadian leadership debate right now. I mean, I know he identifies as European and all that stuff, but I mean, we're in Canada. That's pretty obvious. So to start off an answer like that with "we're in Canada," it's like, yeah, what did you think? That you were still over identifying as European, or were you in Bermuda where you have your tax haven reprieve?
That's exactly. Well, and in his other places of residency, I guess, in the UK yesterday, or was it just this morning, their Supreme Court, the English Supreme Court actually ruled that only women are women. And it was an incredible moment. So Canada is an outlier. We are the last one to watch this thing fall. So, here comes Jagmeet Singh. Okay.
Question in French, please. Question. You have been an MP for the last 6 years. Now you're entitled to a retirement. Before that, you were a provincial MP. In other words, the majority of your career has been at the expense of taxpayers, but you chose to boycott conservatives and right-leaning media such as ours, and you supported Justin Trudeau's bill that aimed to censor the internet. So why do you think that it's ethically acceptable to marginalize conservatives and refuse to treat them with respect? Answer. I do not answer questions from Rebel News because it's an organization that spreads disinformation, so I'm not going to answer your question, but I will take the time to say that what's key in this election for me is this question of who's going to fight for you and who's going to defend what's important for you. Healthcare, for instance, who's going to defend the interests of everyday Canadians and not just CEOs. And we have major companies who are scamming people. Question. You are banned from the Indian Territory for your policies, but here in Canada, you support censorship and words that you think are unacceptable, especially through censorship online, and you actually refuse to answer questions from journalists with whom you do not agree, as you have just done. So you should be punished in one way or another, is the impression that leaves. So how are you different than people who would put you in prison? Answer. That is another example of why I do not answer questions from Rebel News, because you are spreading disinformation, and your question is an example of this.
Oh, what a funny guy. He's such a funny guy.
No,
Look
you're
at
just
him.
joking.
You know what? She
Kate
should.
McKenna from CBC
Sorry.
News. Your party and the other parties haven't released costed
This
platforms.
is maddening.
How can we have an honest debate about your promises when voters can't see how you'll pay for them?
Well, we're the only party that has actually laid out clear examples of how we would raise money. We talked about ending offshore tax havens, enforcing the Canada Revenue Agency to get the money that we're owed. There's billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars that we're owed that we're not receiving because of a lack of enforcement. So we've laid out clear ways that we would increase revenue. We've also talked about things that we would cut. We would cut offshore tax havens, but we'd also cut fossil fuel subsidies and private consultants, and instead rely on our civil servants. So we've laid out some of the real ways that we would do that, whereas the Conservatives are very clear what they're going to do. They're going to cut the services that people need. They've laid that out. And we've also seen that sadly, Mr. Carney's also talked about cutting services, and his plan to balance the operating budget in 3 years would mean $43 billion in cuts. And so if you want someone that's going to stand up and fight back against those cuts, hold the Liberals to account, you need to send New Democrats to Ottawa like you did before, and we were able to deliver dental care and pharmacare. Send more New Democrats again to Ottawa, and we will fight back against these cuts.
You spoke the least this evening of all of the leaders. I'm wondering how you feel about how you did tonight, whether you were able to communicate your message to French-speaking Canadians.
Well, ultimately, the difference wasn't as big, but initially I was worried about it. But I'm really proud that I was able to make the case to Canadians, to Quebecers or French-speaking Canadians, that what New Democrats are going to do is stand up for what matters most to you. I made it a point to stand up for healthcare because it is so fundamental to who we are as a country. We fundamentally believe that we should take care of each other, and healthcare represents that value. So I raised that. I talked about how we can make life more affordable by putting a price cap on essential food items like other countries have done. I talked about how we can stop big corporations, corporate landlords from buying up affordable homes. I laid out how we would take the GST off of your monthly bills like cell phone and internet and give people a real break. And so in this difficult time, the question in this election is who's going to actually fight for you, not the billionaires, and sending more New Democrats to Ottawa. Voting for us is how you have someone on your side fighting for you.
Question en français. Bonjour, Monsieur Singh, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada.
Question.
On vous a entendu parler de
You
traitement équitable de la part du modérateur.
spoke about equal treatment from the moderator. Why did you go after moderator in the debate? Answer. Well, I was very passionate at that point in time, but I spoke to Mr. Roy afterwards. There's no issue. I just wanted to talk about healthcare services, something that saved my father's life and something I used when I was studying law. So I think it's fundamental that we defend healthcare and healthcare services. It's very personal to me, so I'm very passionate about that. And I had the opportunity of sharing to what extent it's important, because we're faced with a crisis, and it's a crisis that we can fix. And I think people in Quebec, people across the country now know how important that is for me and how I can defend something that's key for me. Question. In the debate, you accused Pierre Poilievre of wanting to privatize healthcare. What evidence do you have? Answer. Well, first of all, he proposes to make cuts in healthcare and in the programs that we need so much. And just like all other conservatives, when you look at their record in every province where you have conservatives who are allies of Pierre Poilievre, such as Danielle Smith. For instance, Danielle Smith is in the process of massively privatizing the healthcare system in Alberta, and she is
aux organismes privés.
She is allowing private companies to take up space in healthcare. So that is one thing they do. And Mr. Poilievre is continuing the same tradition. So he's proposing massive cuts in healthcare, and these cuts will accelerate privatization.
Hello, Mr. Singh. Drea Humphrey
Ooh,
with
Drea.
Rebel News. Your party takes great pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online.
Sorry, I didn't get your outlet.
Drea Humphrey with Rebel News.
Okay.
Your party.
You know where I'm going to go with this, all right?
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can. I'm just going to say you know where I'm going to go with it, though.
Wow.
Your party takes pride in standing against hate such
Piece
as
of
white
garbage.
supremacy,
It's a garbage
Islamophobia, and
man.
online hate speech. Yet you stay silent about ongoing attacks against Christians, even after conservative MP Jamil Javani's order paper question revealed that over 200 churches have been targeted by arson and vandalism since claims of remains being discovered at former residential schools swept the nation in 2021. These claims have been disproven by bands that excavated and remain unproven by those that have not. Will you condemn the rise in acts of hate against Christians today and explain what your party will do moving forward to keep Christians safe from hate in Canada?
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes
What a ridiculous
misinformation and
person.
disinformation like Rebel News. So no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Wow.
What she said had
Questions and answers
had
short.
no
We're
misinformation
just
in
getting up
it.
for the time.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. Over 200 Christian places of worship have been attacked in Canada since 2021. Many served First Nations communities, many were historic, and they diverted police and resources and put others at risk. What do you say to Canadians who see your refusal to answer, especially from one of the few media outlets here that are not funded by the state,
Beautiful.
as proof that a vote for you is a vote for a dangerous radical party that gaslights the public into thinking it stands against hate when its silence is instead emboldening Christophobia?
Your question is another example of why I don't respond to agencies like Rebel News that promote misinformation and disinformation.
Literally no mis or
Très rapidement, une question
disinformation
en
except
français
for
et
whatever's
une
being
suivie avec des
spewed out of
réponses courtes,
his
s'il vous plaît.
Question in
mouth
French.
hole.
Holy, this
Question
man deserves to lose his seat.
I think
for
he
what
might.
outlet?
C'est un média indépendant à Montréal.
It's an independent outlet in Montreal.
Plusieurs organismes
Ooh.
qui militent pour les demandeurs d'asile, incluant
Many
Amnesty International,
organizations,
disent que le Canada
including
devrait se
Amnesty
retirer de
International,
l'entente
think
des
that
tiers
Canada
pays
should
tiers
withdraw
pays sûrs.
from the
La
Third
Cour suprême
Safe
des
Country
États-Unis a jugé que la
agreement,
de
and
Trump
the
a
U.S.
relaxé
Supreme Court
illégalement
considers
le
that the
Parlement
Trump
et planifié de
administration
continuer sur cette lancée.
has taken
Considérant le
illegal
contexte
steps
actuel, planifiez-vous
in
de
this
retirer le Canada
area.
de
So,
l'entente
do
des
you
tiers
plan
pays?
to withdraw Canada from this agreement on safe third countries? Answer. Well, I'm faced with a conundrum here because I don't quite know. Okay, there's another journalist that I trust here, so I will answer your question. I think it's a
okay.
question about
They're
being
okay.
compassionate. If there are people in situations of crises and people are
Drea's
crossing
wasn't.
the border because they are afraid about what might happen to them in the US, then we have to be compassionate towards them. I think it's the federal government hasn't been funding or providing the necessary resources to help welcome people who are crossing the border illegally. I've said in the past that we need to suspend the third safe country agreement because we are aware of what's happening in the US with Donald Trump, and he's violating people's rights. And when there is a decision of the Supreme Court, for instance, he completely ignores it and puts people in danger. So we have to be compassionate, and I maintain my position about suspending the agreement. This was the last question.
Well, that's it for Jagmeet Singh, just a spineless coward who can't even muster up any form of a response, just has to disregard everything as supposed mis and disinformation, i.e. questions he doesn't like.
You know, Christians of Canada, this is a moment for you to come to Jesus, because the NDP party, the NDP party of Canada, the federal NDP party of Canada, is is completely disregarding the experience that Christians have suffered in these last 10 years in Canada. And their leader just refused to condemn the abuses that we've suffered as a people. Make sure you remember that come voting day.
Well, and Alexa's question in particular was completely valid. Dating back to 2013, this comes from the Globe and Mail. Jagmeet Singh was denied a visa to Indian for, they word it as for raising the issue of anti-Sikh riots. And there's a couple other instances where that happens, but I see Pierre Polyev coming up to the podium now.
Question in French, please. Question. Hello, Mr. Polyev. When you speak about protecting the French language outside of Quebec, are you talking about expanding, and you talk about expanding access to immersion, but what do you think about hundreds of Francophone children who don't have a place for themselves in schools because we are not building a sufficient number of Francophone schools outside of Quebec? So will you support the construction of schools? Answer. Thank you. This is a very good question. I had the opportunity of going to a French immersion school where my father also taught. So this is something that is very important to me, and I know that there's a lot of demand. But at the end of the day, it's a provincial area of competence. So it's up to them to decide what schools are going to be built in what communities, but I'm open to fully collaborating with the provinces to make sure that more spaces are available. But what I had in mind actually is about an announcement we already shared on immersion opportunities, which would allow young adolescents to go to Quebec, to Saguenay, and to other places where there is a high concentration of French, where they would only have the option of speaking French. They would do that for 5 weeks. When I was about 20 years old, I had the opportunity to do something along those lines, and we would double such programs to allow young Francophones to go to Quebec and to take part in these immersion programs so that they speak the French language better. Thank you. Question. Francophone immigration outside of Quebec. Mr. Carney announced their target going from 10 to 12%. What's your objective? What's your target? Answer. I think it's a reasonable level. I agree with him on that, and our party has already announced that we are in favor of increasing the number of Francophone immigrants who come to Canada but who end up settling outside of Quebec, so that we can add to the demographic weight and strengthen the French language. So we will work hand in hand with the different communities to increase the number of Francophones who are coming to Canada to make it their country. Thank you.
Sheila Gunn-Reid for Rebel News.
Yay, Sheila.
We've seen the NDP tonight refuse to take questions from independent journalists. The Liberals have gone one step further. The Carney campaign has called the police on independent journalists. Trudeau before that brought in C-18, C-11. The Liberals are promising a revamped version of the Online Harms Act. What would a Conservative government do to ensure the independence of the press and protect Canadians' right to have access to information and hold their politicians to account?
We are the only party that's willing to protect freedom of the press, of all the media. And we will also repeal C-11, the censorship law. We will remove the censorship of Canadian news on web platforms like Facebook and Instagram. We will fight back against any kind of Orwellian online censorship law like the one that the previous Liberal government instituted. It was designed to create the possibility of preemptive arrests of people, where you could be arrested if you were suspected of sometime in the future planning to say something harmful online. You could be under a peace bond. I mean, it really is Orwellian. And I note that many people across the spectrum have spoken out against this censorship. Even someone like Margaret Atwood, not known to be a conservative, has said that this kind of censorship is not only bad for democracy, but inhibits artistic expression. So I stand for free speech, and we will respect the right of Canadians to have access to the media that they choose.
My follow-up, Canada's suffering the most violent anti-Semitic crime wave in history.
Yes.
There have been shootings, fire bombings, even a riot right here in Montreal. But not all of this anti-Semitic hatred and incitement rises to the high level of a criminal code offense. Do you believe that foreign nationals, that is, people who are not Canadian citizens, should be deported for participating in these hate marches or other pro-Hamas activities that don't rise to the level of a crime?
Well, what I have said is when there is a crime involved, including crimes of vandalism, that visitors to Canada should be deported. You simply can't come here and firebomb a Jewish bakery or someone's home or smash windows out of a political riot and expect to stay in this country if you are on a visitor visa. We will be bringing in tougher laws to penalize those who are permanent residents and citizens who break laws and harm our communities. But look, this is the disintegration we have witnessed after the lost Liberal decade. Everybody is divided. This group is divided against that group. There is crime and chaos in our streets. The Liberals have promoted this division by saying one thing to one group and then exactly the opposite to a different group. We had a tradition in this country before this government where you could come from places, the conflict-ridden places in the world, and you would leave the fight behind. You might have a debate about the politics of that place when you sat down in a coffee shop in Montreal or Toronto, but it never overflowed into street violence. We need to get back to that. You should know, we welcome people to this country. Sure, bring your culture, bring your traditions, bring your family, but do not bring foreign conflicts onto our streets. We're going to have peaceful streets again, and we're going to be united. All of us should consider ourselves Canadian first and put foreign divisions behind us.
Thank you for taking my
Question en
question.
français, s'il vous plaît. Please keep
How
your
hard
questions
would
and
that have been,
answers
Jagmeet Singh?
Monsieur Poliev, plus tôt ce soir, Jagmeet Singh
Question. Mr. Poliev, Jagmeet Singh referred to what's happening in Gaza and said that it's a genocide. I understand that that's not your opinion, but the government of Israel is talking about emptying Gaza of Palestinians. So can you at least call that ethnic cleansing? Can you even criticize Israel? Answer. We, of course, can criticize anyone, but let us not forget that Hamas attacked Israel without provocation, with the sole purpose of killing and violating Israel and the highest number of civilians possible. So this was an invasion by Hamas, which was not provoked. And unfortunately, there's a lot of suffering among Palestinians, but the blame belongs to Hamas. They are doing everything they can to extend the conflict. So I reject the approach adopted by Mr. Singh. We will remain allies and fight against terrorism. Question. Well, bombs have been dropped on every university in Gaza. There is no longer a functional hospital, and people need everything. So can you criticize Israel at the very least for what they have done? Answer. Well, in a situation where you have a terrorist group who crosses a border to deliberately target children, women, and civilians, a country has no choice but to defend itself. Now, should that country take every measure to avoid other civilian tragedies, absolutely. But Hamas wants to maximize the number of Palestinians who end up dying. So that is their objective. They're maximizing the sufferance of the Palestinian people.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
They were just begging for it. They're like, please, can you just call it something? Please, just say something. It's just as if that is the most top of mind election question you can come up with.
Par for the course.
There's a state-funded media that only Jagmeet Singh will answer questions to.
I simply can't get over it. Like I literally can't get over it that he had two women reporters that leveled really great questions at him that deserved a response. And you know what? I do believe that the NDP and Jagmeet Singh will pay for that in this. Like we are going to see the decimation of that party. And I'm just going to chalk it up to that moment.
It just further proves and reinforces that Jagmeet Singh isn't a serious person and he's not leading any sort of seriousness within the NDP party.
Just weak sauce, just absolute weakness.
You could at least say there's something to be said, but just disregarding questions that you think are uncomfortable or that you don't want to answer, just disregarding them as mis and disinformation is complete nonsense. Like I was saying, in 2013, he was denied a visa to India, his home country, for raising the issue of anti-Sikh riots. And then he was also reportedly, this comes from the Delhi Press in 2018, the first Western legislator to be denied entry into India. And again in 2018 was denied a visa by the Indian government. So this, just because it happened 6-7 years ago doesn't mean that it's mis and disinformation. That is still a very relevant thing that actually occurred, and he should be called out more on it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what happens when you do call him out on it. In Saskatchewan, there's the Sask Party MLA that in the Saskatchewan legislature called Jagmeet Singh a terrorist. Just we're back. And I can't tell you the story, but do remind me, because it's such a juicy story. Yeah.
Question in French, please. Question.
À l'extérieur du débat aujourd'hui, le Front d'Action populaire en réaménagement urbain demande aux partis de prendre un engagement.
There is a platform that is asking the parties to take concrete action in terms of the housing crisis. So they are asking for 500,000 units of housing. So can you give us a number of units of housing that your party is going to build? Answer. Well, it's going to be a bit more than 100,000 in Quebec, but I do not make the promise of building social housing because one of my ambitions is not to be the Prime Minister of Canada, but I think we need to build more housing. And yes, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, but social housing is one category. I'm talking about student housing because that's the cheapest to build per square meter. And that makes up space for social housing as well. Yes, affordable housing is another option, but I don't think it's the best option because you end up financing a private property and then you reduce the pressure on the housing stock to cap speculation. You can slow the increase of prices. So housing that is not used for commercial purposes is the basis with which we can reduce this pressure. Question. In the past, the federal government has actively participated in the building of social construction. In the 1990s, for instance, they tried to increase social housing by 10% in Quebec in rental, but in Montreal, as we speak, we are at about 5% of social housing. So I'm wondering if how are you going to engage the federal government to make sure that there are funds available for social housing? Answer. Well, by asking them to respect Quebec's areas of competence, and if the municipal level that is the best suited to know about the needs and the chances of building something and knowing what's available on the ground, they should be able to choose the maximum number of places where social housing or student housing can be built. So that needs to be done from the ground up. But we, of course, have to take into account Quebec's areas of competence.
Mr. Blanchette, good evening. David Menzies with Rebel
Oh,
News.
here's David.
Mr. Blanchette, since 1941, a pipeline has brought oil from Portland, Maine to Montreal. Over the years, it has brought hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, much of it from OPEC dictatorships. Why have you never, not even once, opposed OPEC conflict oil being imported through an aging pipeline? Why do you prefer OPEC conflict oil over Alberta ethical oil?
I seem to believe that you already have the answer you want to write, so your question seems to contain the answer. I believe I am the one who authorized the change of direction in Enbridge Line B in 2013, which seems to prove that I'm not a fanatic against oil. But I believe that we've got to reduce our consumption of oil progressively, including from Alberta, because we are clearly being very expensive for every family in Quebec and Canada and destroying the whole planet. The denial of the reality of climate change since the beginning of this campaign and the change of heart of Mr. Carney, who decided to be more conservative than Mr. Poiliev, is very harmful for environment.
Destroying
Ms.
the
Blanchette,
whole
just
planet.
to follow up on that question, your party and your stance on pipelines would seem to be diametrically opposed to Quebecers. A poll came out showing that 74% of Quebecers support the building of new pipelines. Why are you and your party not in sync with the majority of people in this province, sir?
Don't you know my love for commenting polls? Have a nice evening.
What a weirdo.
Question en français, s'il vous plaît.
It's like a villain. What a villain.
Question.
So weird.
Since October 7th, 2023, the Jewish community has been facing an alarming wave of violence. And we're talking about more than 6,200 anti-Semitic attacks in 2024, protests outside of synagogues and attacks on Jewish businesses. And Pierre Poilievre was saying that anyone who's on a visitor visa in Canada and who violates laws here should be deported. Do you think that permanent residents who commit anti-Semitic crimes should have the right to stay in Canada? Answer. Anyone who's in Canada should be open to criminal justice if they do something wrong. But it's the Jewish community who is facing violence from a minority of radical Islamists. But in Gaza, it's the Palestinian people, excluding Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which needs to be eradicated. But it's the Palestinian people who are suffering unacceptable violence from Mr. Netanyahu's regime. And we are getting further and further away from the only possible solution, which is a two-state solution. And that is a solution that we need to take into account, and we need to consider the existence of a Palestinian state. Question. Some Albertans seem to not be very happy with Canadian federalism, and they say that the Canadian government is blocking their economic prosperity. As the leader of the Bloc Québécois, what's your opinions on Alberta sovereignty? Answer. Well, I'm not going to speak on whether Alberta wants to be sovereign or not. A nation defines itself, and as such, they should have the right to self-determination. But oil resources and exploiting these resources is hardly a question of culture.
Why do you believe that Quebec would be better off fighting Trump alone?
I don't believe that anybody can be better off fighting Trump alone. I believe that we have to build alliance between equals. means Canada and Mexico and European countries and Asian countries and Quebec. Canada does not have to be a province of Mexico to ally with Mexico against Trump. Quebec would not have to be a province of Canada to ally with Canada and Mexico against Trump. It won't happen in the coming months, of course, but the idea is for an economy. Quebec economy is different from Canadian economy, and it has to be treated accordingly. So far, all we have seen is efforts being deployed in order to protect Ontario economy, which is the way Canada defines itself. And nothing has been done when, let's say, lumberwood industry in Quebec has paid $2 billion in tariffs, specific kind of tariffs, which name in English I don't know, to the Americans. And it is to the industry, car industry, that Mr. Carney said that he would give $2 billion, nothing in Quebec. He even said that he had got $30 billion of tariffs, counter tariffs about aluminum. Nobody seems to know about that. Where does that come from, and where did the money go? There seems to be no such thing. The problem is that when Quebec aluminum goes to the United States and is transformed in the United States and comes back in Quebec with tariffs, we pay to use our own aluminum and inflict inflation on our own people. This is not the right way to manage the aluminum situation.
We've got less than 2 weeks left of this campaign. How are you going to convince Bloc voters who are considering voting Liberal to come back to you instead?
Exactly like I did tonight.
And what do you think was most convincing tonight?
I hope as much of it as possible was convincing. I'm not the one to decide about that. It belongs to the population of Quebec.
Une question courte, rapide
How
en
arrogant.
français, s'il vous plaît.
Le mot de la fin. Bonsoir, M. Blanchet.
Question. Good evening, Mr. Blanchet.
À Radio-Canada. Je pense pas que je vais vous prendre par surprise en vous
I don't think this will surprise you, but the indigenous question wasn't really dealt with during the debate. So what is the place of indigenous issues in your program, and how are you planning to defend their values, which are sometimes different than the values of Quebecers? Answer. Well, I realized that the indigenous question was completely outside the scope of this debate, cultural aspects and all. So in a context of negotiations with the U.S., and then we're talking about 13 provinces and territories, including Quebec, and we are talking about our own economy, and we are talking about 13 different economies, and no one said, well, where are the indigenous nations, indigenous people in all of this? Yes, they can be precious allies of ours in negotiations with the U.S. So this was completely left out, as was the environment. It was swept under the rug. And we just swept the question of the environment under the rug, and we spoke a lot about oil. Yes, I mean, they don't seem to feel any kind of guilt about such questions, but including the energy issue and energy transport, and including the green energies that we can produce in Quebec, well, that is focused more north to south than east to west, which is a lot more costly, but I can speak to 2 hours just on this point, and then you can do all the polls you want. But whenever Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre, and both at the same time, if they want to speak about energy east and environment, it could maybe wake some people up, because some people in Canada are simply sleeping on the issue, and Quebecers are more sensitive to this question. This was the end. Thank you.
I think that concludes it. Yep.
That's a
That's the
debate
end.
for you guys.
Q&A is over. What an absolutely crazy response to David Menzies saying, like, Blanchet became totally unhinged in his response to David, saying that pipelines destroy the planet. Like, the planet's going to be just completely destroyed if we build a pipeline and get Canadians access to our own oil and gas at reasonable prices. That's all coming from our own reserves. And
Yes.
then
And then when David Menzies pointed out that public opinion polls shows Quebec in support of pipelines, which will lower their costs.
Well, and he repeatedly said he would go forward with, he would change his stance on pipelines if that public opinion changed. And so it has.
And it did.
Yeah.
And he did. And then he gets all like villainous with David Menzies. Like you could just see it.
And then he says Carney is more conservative than Polyev. Like that is just such an outlandish claim.
I beg to differ.
Yeah?
I beg to differ on that. But yeah, he said a couple of things tonight that should concern every Western Canadian. So when he was pressed on his opinion on pipeline, where he said before, there will never ever be pipelines going from Western Canada through Quebec to the East Coast. He said, why would Quebec support Alberta oil when there is no economic benefit to Quebec? Okay, buddy, if it was flowing through Quebec, then you could siphon off and get your oil and gas for cheaper, okay, for the people of Quebec. So there is an economic benefit for Quebec. But this is who we're dealing with in Quebec. So all of those people that are thinking that maybe it's time for Alberta and Saskatchewan and maybe a big part of the West to say adios to the rest of Canada.
Yeah.
Remember his answer on this. He is committed to not letting our products get to Tidewater through the East Coast. It's wild.
Well, and as
To his
somebody,
detriment.
sorry to interrupt you, but as somebody pointed out in a super chat here, we have one from Sloopin, gives $10. Blanchette said he wants no more Alberta oil. Quebec should get no more equalization payments either. ? I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think, isn't it Quebec that gets the vast majority of the equalization payments?
Overwhelming vast majority of transfer payments from Alberta. And Alberta is the overwhelming producer of those transfer payments. I mean, when Albertans hear what was said tonight, I think that it's going to put a little bee in their bonnet. And it should. It rightfully should.
And this is the French debate. What other craziness is going to be said tomorrow during the English debate? So we will see. It looks like we might get Ezra back on the stream for some final thoughts. So let's just wait to hear that. I'm going to we have so many super chats to get to. Thank you everyone who was sending them in during the debates and keeping that stream flowing. We really appreciate your comments. I'm kind of just going to work backwards up until I find the point where we had first left off. So bear with me. I'm going to read this one here from Rocky Mountain Duke, gives $5. Thanks, Tamara and Lise. Another great live stream. Pierre was the winner, in my opinion, but he did cater to Quebec on a lot of issues. Yes, I noticed that as well. We'll see what happens in the English debate.
Yes. Yeah. We'll see how much they change their tune. You have to give him a little bit of grace. He knows his audience. He knew who he was talking to tonight. So, but we'll be able to compare and contrast tomorrow, same place, same time.
The immigration topic was a huge part of the French debate. Obviously, it's only being discussed during the French debate. It's not a topic tomorrow night during the English debate. So that is where I think Polyev pledged a little bit of an allegiance with Blanchette, was on the immigration topics and, Quebec sovereignty and those sorts of things.
And French language immigration was a big point that they were all driving home, especially French language immigration to provinces that aren't Quebec. So that was a really interesting point too, prioritizing that kind of immigration. So, yeah.
And when you're catering to the French speaking audience, then that makes more sense, and especially because that was one of the topics we covered, and it's not tomorrow night. Sloopin gives another $20. Thank you very much. Will you guys do a piece on the West's unequal representation, especially in the Senate? Trudeau campaigned on it, never did anything, and now nobody is saying a word. Vote Pierre or risk losing Alberta. I'll have to look into that. I mean, I'm sure that's a story file for our chief reporter, Sheila Gunn-Reid.
It is a huge bone of contention. It is a huge bone of contention in the West. But I think, honestly, the reason why I think that it's not a bigger story is because there's a multitude of competing issues. Like if we weren't in an affordability crisis, if we weren't in an immigration crisis, if we weren't in, you know what I mean? But it definitely is a bee in the bonnet for Western Canada for sure. But good idea. We'll pass it along. Thank you. We will pass it along.
Yeah, and you're right. There's so much to cover. And we are just a small, like we're a bare bones organization. We are stretched so thin. As you see, we've deployed everyone to Montreal to be your eyes and ears on the ground there at this debates to give you this coverage. And then quite literally the only on-air talent left was myself and Lise. We're so bare bones. And so we're trying to do our best to give the most robust coverage that we can to all of these topics, but it is tough to be everywhere all at once. And so I appreciate when people give us grace that we're like, we can't be everywhere all at once. And we do try very, very hard to do that.
It's true. That's true.
So keep in mind that we're not this big behemoth like the CBC or the state funded broadcaster, not that we want to be, but we don't have, endless resources, and we're not siphoning out of the taxpayer dime to keep our operations afloat. So we are a skeleton of a team, and we are very frugal. And sometimes that means that we just can't cover everything. But that is an important point to make. And so I'll definitely pass that along to Sheila. That sounds like something definitely her beat. I mean, she's our Alberta's oil patch poster child. Okay, so Nana Awake gives $10. The most dangerous criminals are escaping to Canada right now through your open borders. We need to enforce our historic immigration policy. We must put the safety and humanity of Canadians first. Yeah, I think that that's becoming more and more clear, and especially as it's unfortunate because there's such a lag in data, right? It takes you about a year to even sometimes 3 years to really see those numbers. But now that we're seeing the insane differences between even pre-COVID, pre-2020 levels of immigration to now, it is absolutely insane. And no wonder our social services and our social safety nets are crumbling at the behest of these record numbers. There's no way our infrastructure could have kept up.
No, not at all. And just recall, we just heard Jagmeet Singh say that he would hire a whole bunch more bureaucrats to fast track those newcomers to Canada. That would be his solution to this.
Yeah, he wanted to build an immigration bureaucracy. So as we saw under the Liberals, the bureaucracy bloated 3 times faster than the private sector. And Jagmeet saying, no surprise to anybody who's been paying attention, just wants to continue on that path.
Yes.
All right. We have a super fan, One Canada. Thank you so much. Gives $100. Love you, Rebel News. Awesome. We love that. Thank you so much.
We love you back. Thanks so much, buddy.
All right. What else do we have here? Rocky Johnson gives $2. Canada is set to owe $2.6 trillion US dollars by 2029 on this path. Yeah. So again, when you're looking at Jagmeet Singh, who wants to build an immigration bureaucracy, or some other crazy things, I had Carney, I wrote down here, his plan, which he hasn't released his full costed platform, but he kind of teased it a little bit.
Alluded to it, yeah.
$500 billion investment in Canada over 5 years. Doesn't say what that is for or about, but I mean, you could imagine it has something to do with his net zero policies that he is such a fan of with the World Economic Forum and the globalists and the Brookfield asset management companies of the world.
Yeah. He talked a lot about attracting investment and creating an investment catalyst in Canada. But what does that mean, Canada? Like, he did not back away from it. Like, on one hand, he said, yes, immigration has been a disaster and it got away from us. But on the other hand, he said, yes, we've got to pause immigration, but then we've got to ramp it back up. So which is it? You know what I mean? Like, which is it? And who is that going to benefit in the end?
Yeah.
One of the things, sorry to go on.
No, please.
One of the things that caught my attention in the debate was when he mentioned that Canada has uranium, and for Saskatchewan, this is really pertinent. Saskatchewan has the world's second largest uranium deposit in our far, far north. And then he sort of stumbled off and he said, and there's companies that are interested in developing it. We have nuclear. And he said, Westinghouse is interested. And then he said, and can do. And I thought it was like just the way he said it just perked my ears up in that moment. And here is what I learned. If you had to guess, brilliant Rebel viewers, who owns Westinghouse? Who do you think that would be? Well, don't you know it's Brookfield. Brookfield Partners owns Westinghouse. Can Do is owned by, the internet tells me it's owned by SNC Lavalin. This is the Liberals' favorite. There we go. This is the Liberals' favorite engineering firm. It's now called Atkins Realis. So what Mark Carney told us on that stage tonight is that he will exploit Canadian natural resources to benefit his shareholders at Brookfield. That was an incredible moment. Just the way he said it, I knew that there was something to it. Why would he mention those two companies specifically? Why would he do that? So Saskatchewan, you are put on notice that our uranium is looking at being pillaged by Mark Carney for the benefit of his stakeholders at Brookfield. Are we going to let this happen? Are we going to let this happen, Saskatchewan?
Well, sadly, Saskatchewan is grossly outnumbered by Ontario, who holds, what is it, like a third, 2/3 of the ridings in the federal election. So
yes.
I can't find the exact number, but it's something crazy because
we are
Toronto and the
dwarfed.
GTA is so broken up into all these tiny little ridings that
and this is such a bone of contention for Western Canadians, is that we learn the results of the election before our polls close here. And that is such because of the time zones and just the way that things work.
Yep.
Before our polls are closed, we learn who won the election that we're actively watching. It is such a bone of contention for us to know that could happen. Proportional representation was supposed to be something that we tackled too, and it was not. So
another broken promise by Justin Trudeau, Carney's predecessor. So I see that we have Ezra on the ground, post-debate analysis. Hey again, Ezra, how do you think things went in there?
Yes.
Well, I've got a few answers to that question, but first, let me thank you too for holding the fort and doing such a great job staffing the live stream tonight. I'm really grateful to you. Let me give you a report from the scrums. The debate was interesting, and I actually thought it was a better debate than I was expecting. The moderator wasn't bad, and the subjects, I think there was a fair range of subjects, some of them that the Liberals and the NDP would prefer, but some of them strong territory for the Conservatives. I would call it a fair debate, well moderated, and the candidates were sort of well behaved, as in they didn't get out of control. But for me, the exciting part was in the scrum afterwards. Here's what I mean. Who got the questions? Remember, they were going to limit Rebel News just to one question. First of all, our friends from other independent media, Kian Bexty and Adam Zoltan, if I got his name right, they were up really quick and they had good questions. 4 out of 5 Rebels had questions. Now, there was a big, long lineup. I would have loved to have had questions for every leader. In the end, we actually didn't get a chance to scrum Carney, but we put questions to all the other leaders. And I thought it was very interesting. Jagmeet Singh got 2 questions from us, and he was outrageous. He said, I'm not talking to you because I don't like you. Well, we're not here in our personal capacity. We're here as a medium to the people. And maybe not everyone likes Rebel News, but we speak for a portion of people. And for Jagmeet Singh to say, I don't have to answer to you. I refuse to answer to you. This is a public debate, but not with you. Well, that just shows that he doesn't respect taxpayers and he doesn't understand democracy. When you're in government or when you want to be the prime minister, you have to be the prime minister even for people you don't like. And he said the same thing to Drea in a disgusting way, frankly. He was really, I think, he tried to talk over Drea. I think he showed he's used to being a bit of a bully. And Drea had such dignity, and she was asking a great question about all the churches that are being burned down. And Jagmeet Singh, frankly, it's probably better that he didn't answer because he's probably in favor of those church burnings. Let's be really honest. Then there were two more questions. Sheila Gunn-Reid put questions to Pierre Poilievre,
So good.
asking him about the hate marches on the streets of Canada, and would he deport people who committed crimes, or actually, she said, who conducted hate marches that didn't rise to a hate crime, the level of an actual criminal offense. If they're foreign nationals, would Poilievre deport them? I thought that was a very interesting question. And David Menzies had a question for the Bloc. And I thought the Bloc wouldn't answer because in a previous election he didn't. But to my delight, he answered. David's first question was about a pipeline that brought oil from OPEC countries into Montreal. And the Bloc leader actually gave not a bad answer. I mean, sort of evaded the question, but said that he was in favor of certain pipelines. Anyways, I'm getting a little lost in the weeds. We'll put video clips of those up, but here's my report. Rebel News fought hard to get in here. We lawyered up. We threatened a lawsuit. And in the end, we were allowed to bring in 5 reporters. And 4 out of the 5 had questions more than any other media company. And my favorite part, Tamara and Lise, and I don't think you would have heard this based on where the microphones were, the other journalists in the room were seething. They were actually heckling our people. They were saying, stop making speeches. We're saying, hurry up, or ask you. I've never seen such an abusive, entitled group in my life. And it was such a pleasure. It was so, you know what? Alexa and Drea were treated extremely disrespectfully by Jagmeet Singh. And you know what? I know a little bit about being rough and tumble and mean and insulting. And, you know, if you look like me, that is a middle-aged guy, and you're berating a woman, it rarely looks good. And to have Jagmeet Singh berate Alexa Lavoie and then Drea Humphrey, not a cool look, not a progressive look, let me put it that way. But their dignity shone through like a diamond. And then Sheila Gunn-Reid just nailed it, showing why she's our chief reporter. And I have to say that I don't think you'll ever know it because it wasn't recorded. The looks and the anger and the heckles and the mean girls who just hated the fact that Rebel News got these questions, I will feel good about that for a long time. And I want to speak directly to the viewers right now. There's no way we could do this on our own. Like we spent $9,000 on legal fees to get in here. Plus we spent money bringing the whole team. It's not just the 5 journalists. It's the 2 videographers. Betty, our truck driver, is here. The truck was here. We had the Airbnb. It's a big operation. Altogether, it's $12,000 to be here. Now, that's nothing. It's a rounding error for the CBC. Oh, by the way, I heard they were furious at Rebel News tonight, but who cares what they say? It's our viewers that let us be here, and I want to thank our viewers, and I hope that the questions that we asked were valuable to you, and boy, we're coming back tomorrow, and we know exactly what we're doing now. We know how it operates. It'll be interesting to see if they try and stop us tomorrow, but good luck to them is all I got to say. Anyway, that's my report. And as you can see, I'm feeling energized and proud of our team. Very, very proud.
Yeah. Oh, Ezra. Well, I think I speak on behalf of the viewers when I say all of the money, all of the stress, all of the strife, it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. And I will tell you one thing that Sheila Gunn-Reid said to me one time that changed my life. She said to me, I love making my enemies mad because how else do I know that I'm on the right track? And it changed my life. You can have that advice for free, Canada. But yes, that you annoyed them, that you got under their skin, that they were visibly upset at you. You know that you're on the right track. Way to go, guys. Way to go, team. Proud of you.
You know what? We had some great questions, but if I can focus on one that was the essential Rebel question, it was asked by Drea. And she asked Jagmeet Singh why he's been quiet as a mouse at the 200 Christian churches in this country that have been vandalized or even torn. And again, he refused to answer it because he's a bit of a bigot and he's a bit of a dummy. But who else in this country would ask that question? Seriously.
Nobody.
Would CTV,
Nobody.
would CBC,
Nope.
would Global, would the Toronto Star, would the Globe and Mail? Maybe the National Post would. But of course, my point being, they didn't. The person who asked that question was Drea Humphrey, who had to bust down the doors because the debate commission wanted to keep her out. And I can see why, because she's asking questions that are not on the official narrative. So I'm feeling pumped up, and we'll be back tomorrow. And I want to thank you guys again for holding the fort, for hosting hours of TV. And we're going to sign off here because we actually have a few things that we got to do to wrap up, including finding the truck and doing a video in front of it. So I'm going to say goodbye now. But thanks again. And thanks to everyone working in the control room and folks who are operating on the Twitter machine. Appreciate you doing that while the journalists here had the fun. You know, I was the only rebel who didn't have a question tonight. And I'll be a little faster tomorrow about getting in line, I think.
Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow night. And I think tonight was a great success. And I'm looking forward to more tomorrow.
Well, thank you guys. Right on. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again for everything.
Thanks, Ezra. Have fun out there.
Well done, bud. Well done.
Oh, wow. What a wrap. Okay. So we have a couple more super chats to go. We have one more from Sloopin, gives $10 again. Thank you so much. Donate to these beautiful conservative women, everyone. Yes, I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sloopin. Oh, wow. And then we have another $100 donation, another super fan, Pamela. And I'm sorry, Pamela, if I completely butcher your last name, Pizzetchek. Am I even close there? Just gives $100 just for fun. Thank you so much for
babe.
that.
Yeah. This is incredible, you guys.
That is such a success. Thank you so much, everyone. I think I covered all the super chats. I went back up to, I believe, where we left off. If I forgot anybody, we'll read them. Oh, we have 4 more super chats. Oh my goodness. Everybody is feeling so generous tonight. Thank you.
We love seeing you so engaged. This is incredible.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we have been live. What time is it? It's almost 9:30. So we've been here for what, 4
hours.
4 hours. All right, let's get through these last few, and then I have to hit the road, and then we'll be back here again tomorrow night. So Tammy Robin, it's cut off. Is it Robinson maybe? Tammy Robin something. Gives $13.99. Thank you very much. Renal, but it's Rebel. Rebel News is the best of the best. You are our voice. Thank you. Well, you know what? As Ezra said, we hope that you loved those questions and that they resonated with the people. And so if that's any indication, it sounds like they did.
Yes. And you guys, like, was it not worth the fight? Was tonight not worth the fight? Like, it absolutely was.
Yeah. And I'm, like I said, looking so forward to tomorrow night because I'm very just sketched out by the translators. And so the English, obviously there's not that barrier, that language barrier in place. So I'm really excited to see and hear for myself verbatim what they're saying. Arancini Sicily gives $27.99. Thank you very much. It's reminiscent of my last name. Someone asked me the other day or a couple weeks ago if I was Italian, and I'm like, Ugolini, arancini, linguini, fettuccine. I could go on and on, but yes, textbook Italian. If Politicians Never Lie gives $4.44. Lucky numbers. Good job, Rebel News. Carney equals disaster. Yeah, I think he is aptly named Carnage Carney. So there you have it.
Yeah.
Dallas Wells gives $20. Want to thank you, Rebel. If it wasn't for you fighting, a lot of these good questions would not have happened. You are real media in this country. Well, contrary to what Jagmeet Singh thinks, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have another super chat or super fan gives WB $50. Thank you, WB. Drea and Alexa are such hard-working reporters. Oh,
they are.
100%. Alexa, especially, she is just like a relentless workhorse. We have to tell Alexa, stop, take a day, just like don't work for, she can't, she legitimately cannot take a day off. She just, if she's not out getting content, she's trying to edit it and stay on top of it, follow up on emails. She is a workhorse. Deepak Malkani gives $20. Thank you, Rebel News. Thank you, Deepak. And my goodness, we have more pouring in. Okay, MIT 234 gives $1. Thank you. Moneyball, $10. Thank you. Please ask Carney if he will stay on as a public servant if he loses the election but wins his seat, please. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a great question, but we already
Mhm.
know the answer,
Mhm.
right? Like we already know. There's only one way he can answer it to look like he's not just there for the grift, but we kind of all know the answer.
Yeah. Well, now he said he was a banker, not a politician, and now he's saying I'm a politician, not a banker. So he's
Yeah.
just a shapeshifter, isn't he? I wouldn't be
Mhm.
surprised if he just ends up shapeshifting into the next thing.
Skinwalker.
Yeah. Ugh. Harmon Sidhu 5 something, it cuts off here, gives $6.99. Thank you very much. Can you please ask tomorrow Liberals and NDP for Hindu phobia and vandalism of Hindu temples? There you go.
Great question.
All right.
We'll pass
We can
it along.
send that along to our journalists on
Yep.
the ground. Last chat so far. So I think that is it. We will wrap up this stream. Olivia, can you remind me what time do we start tomorrow? Because this one got changed and now I'm all confused. 30. Okay, so 6:30 Eastern tomorrow, same time, same place, different time, 6:30 Eastern. It will be Lise and myself again bringing you the English debate live stream, and hopefully we'll have some rebels on the ground, maybe even Ezra Levant himself again to give some scoop on the ground scoops. And so we look forward to seeing everyone back here again tomorrow night at 7:30. Thanks so much, Lise, for taking the time to sit down for the last 4+ hours and go through everything and talk about the debates. Thanks everyone behind the scenes who has been operating all of our equipment and our gear, making sure that everything runs smoothly, that everybody has the chats and the links and everything. There are so many more moving pieces than just Lise and myself.
Oh,
there
it's
a whole
crazy.
team
Like,
behind us.
It is insane the work that they do in the background. So yes, thank you guys. Thank you guys in the control room.
And then we can bring you the highest quality stream possible. So it wouldn't be possible. And of course, without your generosity and support to everyone at home that makes sure that we can stay afloat and keep bringing you this side of the story. So thanks so much from me here at the Toronto headquarters. And we'll see you back at 7:30 tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern. All right. See you then.